Okay. Testing. Hello. Howdy, everybody. Welcome to episode of VR Citizen. In the box. Don't worry, box is safe. Still got its hat. I might draw a mustache on Brad Pitt by the time Sunday arrives, but yeah. I'm gonna put the box like right here, and it'll just be chilling the whole episode. Did I miss it? No. Still got plenty of time. Tonight we're just reacting. We got a 2-hour tech talk with Benoit. We got a whole bunch of prep videos that I need to watch for the podcast. We need to make notes for the podcast. We need to get prepared for the podcast. Podcast is on Sunday. Also, I was calling it the Soul Invictus. It's Soul Citizen podcast. But yeah, what's up, Space Android? How you doing, man? Welcome, everybody. How you doing, Johnny? But yeah, so tonight, get your cocoa ready, get your popcorn and your snacks and everything. We're reacting. Thought you were taking it off? Yeah, no, we gotta react. 2-hour video with Benoit. A bunch of videos that they want, that they're gonna talk about and discuss on the podcast. So we're gonna look through those and just kind of know what they're gonna try to say. Then we got to make notes for the podcast. So I got my editing done. I got the video for Monday is good. This reaction video will be a Wednesday video, so that puts me ahead through next week. So yeah, we're just gonna chill and be at the desktop and hang out tonight. But yeah, good public holiday, so just been chilling. Nice. I mean, the Pimax giveaway is going to be on the 14th. Let me actually hang on, go to overlays, Pimax ad, giveaway. Oh, hang on. Pimax giveaway. February 14th. There we go. I was about to say, Valentine's Day would just be a mouthful. We'll just say the 14th. But yeah, it'll be on the 14th. There we go. But yeah, welcome everybody.
Hello there.
Yeah, Pimax giveaway on Valentine's Day. Alright, so everybody go get your snacks and popcorn and get your stuff ready, get cozy. We're just gonna be reacting, man. Lots of reacts tonight. Not gonna win, but I would love it. I know somebody's gonna win. That's all I know, Space Asteroid. It could be you. It could be you. Who's to say? But yeah, here's the problems that I don't know when I want to do it. Like, more than likely, right? 12-hour stream to hype it up. We start at midnight on the 14th, and then at noon, my time, is when we do the actual giveaway, or like 11 or so, like right before the end of the stream, right? And then we end it, and then that'll be a nice 12-hour session, and that'll be noon my time. There'll be about 4 to 6 hours of streaming in the morning, of hyping it up in my time. And then all the people that I normally stream to from like midnight to 6 a.m., they'll be able to lurk and kind of, you know, keep me on all day, and then coming back whenever the actual giveaway is here. We'll probably have some sort of countdown timer to it, maybe. I'll figure all that out logistics wise on the day of. But yeah. Oh, I hope whoever wins it enjoys it, whether it's you or anyone else, Space Asteroid. Yeah, glad you could drop by and hang out. You guys be sure to keep coming back. Hanging out and doing that voodoo that you do. We're going to try to get partnered. Hopefully that goes better than last time when EAC completely killed VR support. I mean, it's already doing that right now with it blocking Pimax Play. But, Alright. Let's run the ads and you guys just chill and hang out. And then we're gonna just watch this live episode and yada yada yada. I guess we'll record it locally. That'll be the easiest way to upload it and stuff. So here's the thing. We got this podcast. I don't have an actual web camera on my thing. I have this camera, so I'll have to like kind of be right here. Perfect day to do it on Single Awareness Day. Yeah, I bet you there's going to be plenty of people that aren't busy. So people love me, and which is good because I got an affinity for Valentine's Day with this game, with the Heart Seeker and the full red racing variant that I bought for the buggy. So yeah. So yeah, for the podcast, I'm going to put the box right here. It'll just be in the background. Oh, I need to move my Robo Vampire copy back up here. Oh no, my Robo Vampire copy. There you go. All right. All right, cool. Ad break. Y'all enjoy that. I'll be right back. Make sure I got my... What do you think the sub flare will be for this month? I don't know, man. What you mean, like for Star Citizen? I barely keep up with that. I just know that I get the $20 stuff. Isn't it the helmet with the thing? No, I guess that's not It's something. Oh wait, it's Valentine's Day later. It's a heart-shaped lamp to celebrate Valentine's Day and lamp.
Hello there. Hello there.
What's your favorite merch or goodie you've gotten from SC? Like, physicalized merch? Merchandise would be something you buy, right? So physical price on it that I had to pay. Awesome guy. Let's see here. What was his name? Oh, I would know it when I see it. Yeah, Snarfster, are you there? Bobblehead. So yeah, I have the bobblehead that I bought at Citizencon when I went to the one in LA. This guy that I went with, he got me this Burnin' Pyro t-shirt from the line over there. Who's used to watch the stream all the time. So those are pretty cool. I've gotten these fancy Wicklow cards from the bar citizens that I go to. They have a scratch off code that will get you a little hologram Wicklow in game. Have yet to use these. These cool little Citizencon token things that I got, you know, for going to Levski, and the other one from the Citizencon over there. The LA Citizencon is the best in the VIP part. See, I didn't get a VIP ticket, man. I really wish I did. That definitely could have, you know, helped me with not connections, but just like, you know, meeting all the important people a lot earlier and sooner. But now that I've got a mobile cockpit that I take to Citizencons, yeah, I have big plans for the next one. I hope that I definitely am able to get a ticket. Ugh. But yeah, so other stuff that I got, had these metal concierge VIP Star Citizen High Admiral kind of card things that I got at the Bar Citizen. But all of that's just kind of free swag type of situation. Like actual thing I've gotten from Star Citizen, probably not the one thing that I got from Star Citizen, but the multiple things that I've been gotten from the what do you call it, Atmo Esports merchandise place. The jerseys that I got for the Daymar Rally. So, on the back of this chair, oh, hang on, is one of the Daymar Rally t-shirts that I got. Really, really sick. Got all these fake sponsors on the shirt side, the sleeve. So this thing is awesome. I love this jersey. My favorite jersey. I put on the back of the chair. Then you can see my name. And then this other jersey I normally have on my other chair, but I guess we could put it on the one that we use now. This one's okay. You know, it's all right, but I really like the other jersey because it feels a lot more like a esports jersey. The newest one, this year's AMR Rally, or well, the 2025 one from last year, which they just made available a couple months ago. I ordered it, and it still hasn't arrived yet. So yeah, I need to check on that. Go. There we go. I can kind of put my sleeves through the holes, the armrests, but if I do that, you can read my name, or you can't because it's kind of what. See, this jersey is only okay. The other one is way cooler looking. Ugh. Fans seem to make pretty cool merch. Yep, the bobblehead with CIG's best merch. I've gotten some pretty cool stuff from other events. Well, I do have one thing. You will find out soon. Find out plenty soon enough. Yep.
Hello there.
Oh, nice cool water. All right. Okay. But yeah, I like my bobblehead. I used to have it like right up here on my keyboard. I used to have a lot of because I had the downward keyboard shot. I'd have all my Citizencon patches and stuff visible. But no point in it now. Oh, you know what? These little fucking cutlass pins that I got from the bar citizens. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Flip that around. So yeah, these are pretty badass. Like, there's a whole bunch of these all over the tables at the bar citizens. And yeah, at the end of the night when everybody was leaving and stuff, I was like, all right, well, I'm just taking a bunch of these. So I have like, 4 or 5 of them. So yeah. Have a Trisket here. All right, we about ready to start some reactions. Has anybody else watched the Benoit video? The tech talk? 2 hours long. They talked some tech. I know they talk about VR. So we're gonna record this whole thing. Then I'll edit and make a note. It says go to this section. And skip to here for VR. And I'll just do the whole thing because it's content. Salty. I want to watch TED Talks that's gotten a little political. Tech Talk, Space Asteroid. We're watching the Star Citizen Tech Talk from Benoit Bazojeur. I don't know how to say his name. Benoit Balls. All right. Yeah. Ooh is right. Ooh is very right. Damn it. Benoit Beau. Benoit Beau. Supposed to bonjour. I think we could fit bonjour in there. That's not how you say it. Benoit, B-E-A-U-S-E, jour. Bonjour. Bonjour? Well, I got nothing, man. I got nothing. I know beau from like French Cajun. Like he's my beau. B-E-A-U. That's jour. Séjour. Bonjour. Bonjour. Let's find out from the man himself. All right, we ready? Everybody got their drinks? Get your snacks. Should we go make a popcorn? Beau séjour. Oh, you literally just, that essay is just a say? Really? There's no fancy... Because jour is obviously jour, right? Everybody knows jour, all right? I mean, it's French, bonjour. Who doesn't know that? But just how do you slip that S-E in there? How you needle that fucking, that language? All right, should we make a popcorn? I don't want a popcorn, but it'll be funny as a bit. Bose. Ah, boise. You'll have some? Now that I said I kind of do want some popcorn, though. Hang on, we'll pop it, and then I'll go get it in like, 5 minutes or so. Use it for a minute, and we'll never eat popcorn again. I'm assuming eat, because you don't read it. But unless you were doing weird stuff at that theater. Let me see if I have a popcorn bag to make. We might have gone through them all. I don't think we've re-upped. But yeah, let me go see if we got one, and then we'll start off. We'll kick this. We'll start this with a bang. I want to say something else. We'll light this fire. I don't know. BRB. One sec. Okay. I had a cousin who worked at a movie theater. I was able to get a whole bunch of movie posters and whatnot. I got a whole slew of posters from my college era. So it's a little time capsule of stuff. There's like one of the Daniel Craig James Bond movies, Burn After Reading. That Max Payne movie with what's his name, Marky Mark. What other movie posters did I get? I got some pretty good ones. They're all in a pile on the table. I need to find like a good storage place for them. All right, we're making some popcorn. Gonna clean out the earbuds here. I had a good collection, but paper tears. Yep. All the edges around mine are completely scuffed because I just pinned them up with little pin, you know? And so like those the edges are completely ruined. It's a different pinhole every time I moved it. I had a cool plastic window of the white man can't jump. I assumed so, troubleshooter. All right, hang on. Movies in 2008. What other... What's up, Akira-kun? So yeah, I had a Quantum of Solace poster. I think I got a Dark Knight poster, maybe? I got a Cloverfield one. I'm looking at 2008 movies. I basically got the throwaway ones. All the employees had dibs. But they had plenty of posters, so just any extra ones, man. Boy, February was a really shitty month. Oh, that was semi-pro in that year? Huh. Hmm. Oh shit, I have a Speed Racer poster as well. What a great movie. Had a Blade Runner poster, but it's gone now. Yeah, it's hard to have a good poster stay good. Yeah, Dark Knight. Tropic Thunder, nice. Dude, I'm now just reading names off fucking movies. All right, let me go check out my popcorn, and then we'll get rolling here. You guys ready for some tech talk? This is going to be a big one. Get your snacks.
Hello there. Okay. Wish I had a Fifth Element poster. Oh, dude, that would be a sick poster. I have Star Wars original 3 posters, but they're replicas. You know, don't count. If we're talking about like actual movie posters. And you can tell if it's a movie poster. It's really thin. Those fuckers are like, you could see the print from the other side, you know? It's not like a thick matte type of paper. All right, how you doing, Akira-kun? Welcome. Are we ready? Tron Legacy is your favorite poster, but you recently tore the... Oh my god, damn it. Reading your chat. All right, there we go. Hang on. Light had to bleed from it. Yeah, because they put them in the little boxes and they shine light on it. Yeah, like it's not just like a poster. It's got a specific purpose too. All right, hang on. Gotta clean up and then we can start. Freaking spilled my juice all over my table. I want everything to get sticky. Okay. All right, are we ready? Everybody here? Shush. All right.
Move over here. Okay, let us. All right, and we are recording. Okay. Welcome, everybody. Chachi Sanchez, the VR citizen. We got our popcorn. We got our drink. We got Benoit Beauséjour. Beauséjour talking tech. So, I hope you guys got your snacks ready and in order. Let's get this reaction on the roll. Okay, come on. Who's playing games? All right.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Star Citizen Live Tech Talk with Benoit Beauséjour. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before...
Is the volume good?
Lucky you. No, it's where we take usually about an hour out of our week and we chat with developers on these special shows that we do with our good friend, Chief Technology Officer and all-around swell guy, Benoit Beauséjour. We usually take a bit longer.
We did it right.
Last time we took 3 hours. The first time, the time before that,
there we go.
Close to 3 hours. It was maybe 2.5 hours.
That'll work.
This time we're clocking in at about 2 hours because we have meetings that we have to go to at about 2 hours. So, yeah. I'm running out of gas. What else do I do in the intro? Oh, I got to introduce the person. So, I've mentioned this person in Benoit Beauséjour a few times. Yeah. So let's go ahead and meet Benoit Beauséjour. Benoit?
Hi.
Hi.
I have to say, I'm impressed with your pronunciation.
It's been
I heard it good too.
12 years now.
No, but it keeps getting better.
No.
Every time it's better.
Well, I practice privately.
There you go. I know. Thank you, everybody. Hi, everybody.
Tell everybody who you are and what you do for Star Citizen.
So I'm Benoit Beauséjour. You want me to say it again or no? Okay, good.
No.
I am the Chief Technology Officer at CIG. So I guess the best way to describe it is if it has a computer chip in it, I'm kind of involved in a way. So I run the engineering teams, Star Engine group, and I meddle with all areas of the game, trying to get us forward to our 1.0 release.
Meddle's a good word.
By the way, I know that there is a VR section that they talk about. So if you're looking and only wanting to hear me and my thoughts about the VR portion, skip to the time below listed right here. If not, enjoy your snacks and enjoy the video. Oh, dude. Okay, well, that's fun. Howdy, everybody. What's up? What's up, Sweaty? How you guys doing?
Hello there.
Is the music playing right now? We've been having some issues with that, but yeah, welcome you guys. Doing great. How are you? We're very good, man. Dude, thank you so much for the raid. We are actually just about to. We got our popcorn. We got Benoit Beauséjour on the phone, and we're just gonna watch this tech talk here. You guys ready? I'm assuming most of you guys have seen it. Yeah, this is the long one, you guys. So I know that there is a VR portion of the Tech Talk. So if you want to see that, and we are on YouTube and you're watching, go to the time listed down below here. I'll also have like a timestamp that you can click to. But if you want to watch my reaction to the whole thing, well, welcome. I'm Chachi Sanchez, the VR citizen. We have Sweaty, I always mess that up. We got Sweaty rating from his Twitch channel, so shout out to him. And we got Benoit Beauséjour ready to roll. So let's go.
Yeah.
My blood sugar is weird or something. I can't see with my glasses. I'm seeing better without my glasses, so we're going to take off my glasses. Although I'm going to have to do the show like this. Now I can't see everything else, but I can see this. This is important. All right, so on these shows, on these special Tech Talk shows and everything, we are going to cover a variety of topics. So these topics
Ben,
have
we'll
all
keep
been
you up on that. Dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for lurking.
Benoit, as involved as he is with so many aspects of the game, still needs to be afforded the opportunity to check in with other directors and get updates on what they're doing and everything, so that we can provide you
Stay safe and fly right up there, man.
Information. So this will be a show that's less about taking questions from the chat or from the community, and more about just a very candid conversation about the current state of the game, the development, where we've been, where we are, where we're going, that stuff like that. So I've divided the show up at this point into sort of three things. I'd switch teams for Benoit. Oh, that wasn't in chat. I was just talking myself.
No, he's just.
No, that wasn't chat.
We're already having fun.
Send a DM after the show. That's not appropriate. So we're going to start the show with updates.
So does HR need to get involved now?
This is the third one of these we've done. We've talked about a couple of things. So I'm going to update on a few of these topics that we've been covering through this before we get into some new things.
Dude, tech officer.
So let's start with the biggest one.
Tech officer.
Server meshing.
Yeah.
Remember
that line from Star Wars?
We talked about
Dude, thank you
it
so much,
ad
Tech Officer,
nauseam
for the
leading
Twitch
up to this
Prime.
thing.
Hell yeah.
It's now been out a year. This is probably the last time we're going to talk about it for a while again, until Dynamic comes, and we're not going to put any dates on that. So let's put the story of server meshing. Let's put a button on the story of server meshing.
Sure.
And I'll break it down into 4 sections. How's it gone? How's this last year been?
Well, so like if I recap, like almost the same date last year,
Almost, yeah.
was when we actually launched 4.0, and server meshing actually went to the live environment. And so, yeah, it's kind of the 1-year anniversary of the tech.
Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it?
All players.
Time flies.
It's been surprisingly solid. I like to say that this way because it's a very large system, but it has given us just good foundation for what we had to do last year in terms of the content drive that we've pushed forward, the performance improvements that we wanted to deploy. It was like we were expecting a lot more turbulence with the release of server meshing than we've had in a year. It's been a very, very stable system overall. And so I would say, like, if I look back at the year, obviously there's always problems, with new technologies, but the server meshing itself has been very, very, very solid for us.
Okay. So
it seems to have performed well. Like, it's unlike, let's say, hangers, which have just been a plague and a problem since they were introduced. They really, really nailed it down to the floor and got a solid foundation for the launch of server meshing, which is good because they fucking needed it. That's a really, really important one to not fuck up. Unlike
quite
hangers.
frankly, years leading up to it, talking about it, it began to
Hanger
get
elevators.
this mythology that it was going to be this silver bullet, that it was going to be this one-stop fix that was going to fix so many issues. It didn't fix every issue in the world. It was never going to fix every issue. But I want to talk about what it has.
Yes. They need to restart the servers more often so they don't get slogged down. Weekly server maintenance. I'm saying that now. It needs to be. They want to be an MMO. Do MMO things.
Enabled for us in this last year.
Yeah.
So what are some of the benefits that we can draw a direct line from server meshing that we've experienced in the last year?
Well, like if you walk back to the
I got this popcorn as a bit, but goddamn, I'm inhaling it.
So before server meshing got introduced,
really buttery.
A server crashing, that was
Transport,
the end of your session, right?
I need to
lose your
rework.
ship, you would lose your cargo, everything would disappear. You'd have to reconnect, restart the client, start over, right? Anybody who's lived through the first years of development of the project know how intense this was, right? And so the first thing that server meshing brought us is server recovery. And so because of the fact that the replication is separated from the simulation, when a game server crashes, which is where most of the crash risk exists, well, the state of the replication is still good. So we just tell you, hey, we're getting another server, you stay there, and when it comes back, we can recover exactly where you were. You don't lose your ship, you don't lose your cargo, you don't lose your materials. And I think that's been very, very big. It's a kind of the unsung hero feature of server meshing.
It is quite
it helps
nice.
with engagement, playing longer sessions, finishing missions, and so for me that's like one of the big pluses that was brought in with server meshing.
The fact that they can pull all of that successfully from the replication layer is pretty crazy.
To be clear, in 324 and before, right? But what server meshing really brings also on top of that is crash isolation. So if a server is in charge of the Crusader area and he's the one running into issues, then only that area is affected. And so the player who's, bounty hunting in Pyro or something like that, he's completely safe.
I didn't even think about that.
And that just, the
because they're
perceived
separated
stability
systems.
Increased a lot based on that. On top of all the work we've done to prevent servers from crashing in the first place. But just this whole setup.
It's like on the edge of my seat. Yeah, Benoit. Yeah.
So that's just the kind of meat and potatoes of what meshing has brought us. But the key bit it brought us also is much larger player counts. And so we used to be limited to 100 players per server, which had the whole universe to simulate. Now we've got a series of servers simulating the universe. And so we oscillate between caps of 600, 700, 800. We're still experimenting going higher with this, depending on multiple factors. That cap changes for the moment. But just the fact of having more players in the same shard means you can have an event where 200 people show up at one area. Surprisingly enough, we've also discovered things through this, that sometimes game servers actually perform better with more players in one area than one server simulating the whole universe would, because he has less entities streamed in, and now it's all about updating the components.
Interesting.
So we've seen certain events, because players always find a way to, organize something that should be a
Game Rally.
There was a 400 player party in one of the bars on New Babbage, and we looked at the server performance through that, and it was actually very, very decent. And so we expected a full meltdown, but it was
no joke,
good.
right?
And so that enables that experience, right? Obviously, there's a million other problems to solve for this to be a really good experience, but from a server meshing point of view, that was a big win.
You've got a 500 player meetup coming. I just saw something.
I know, it's like that becomes a kind of common thing, and we love it because that's exactly what the tech is meant to enable. And then obviously the two other things that meshing has brought us this year is 2 new solar systems.
Yep.
And so for years we had been stuck in Stanton, expanding the Stanton system, more POIs, more planets,
He's
more
right.
things. And now suddenly
within 1 year we got
Pyro,
2 systems.
Everybody at CIG was really looking forward to that. It was internal tension at when are we going to launch this thing? I've been working on this for a long time. And so that was really a relief to be able to get, players to cross the jump gate. So the jump gate technology obviously comes with meshing. And so expanding into 2 systems in 1 year.
Being able to add Pyro in January. The tech preview was December the year before, but it went live in January, and then next goes live in November.
Yes.
Same year. It's this.
So that means they had that internal roadmap of Nix.
Question. We've been doing this for a long time now. Here, forget other places. We've been doing it just here for a long time. And one of the most common, persistent questions is about the pace of development, and people have been waiting very long for certain things, justifiably so. Yeah. And we've always maintained that its development kind of works on it builds. Yeah. It builds and it builds, and you get more efficient after you build the tools, after you build the foundations. Stuff like this, it gets more efficient. You can do more later on. This year, because of server meshing, we were able to kick out 2-star systems, and we're still expanding on Nix. Every patch this year will expand Nix even more. It's the one in March.
We got a jump gate to Levski is what we got.
Looking to expand a bunch of the service stations and our first big content drop, which I'll go ahead and
someone say that's all there is in Nix, and they are right.
Watched what was it called? Citizencon Direct. Yeah. Me and names. You can learn more about that, but we're currently working towards that as our March release, and then on, just continuing to build out Nix until I think in the Road to 1.0 presentation of Citizencon 2 years ago, now, a year and a half ago, Rich Tywer acknowledged that Castor would be our next system whenever that comes online. So it's just this technology
What does that
is
mean? It's
just-
unlocked the capabilities to do what
we
you're
can
doing.
actually start to deliver so many of these things that we've been talking about and working on behind the scenes. Instancing has some role in that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
give us the goods on
There's
instancing.
one more thing that server meshing brought us that's not negligible, is a very substantial gain of performance on the game servers in general. So like 324 game servers were running, we had a very low bar for acceptance on FPS for game servers because we just had to deal with so much. Nowadays, like server FPS is magnitudes higher. So that actually allowed some of the content we've already produced actually shine because it was working properly. And so that's because servers have less to simulate. We can optimize their workload. We've also reduced we've talked about this before, but we've reduced the size of the game servers because they just have to simulate one area. And so overall, the meshing has improved server performance by big magnitudes. Yep.
Yeah. In some places, they're like, it's a death trap to go and do a bunker.
My head is not smaller. My hair is just bigger. It was very windy and rainy today, and it's just whatever. No, I haven't had a dye job. It's grayer than it's ever been. No, we are not taking questions from chat, but I will comment on every one of you commenting on my appearance. So that's static server meshing. We know the next big stage of server meshing is dynamic. What can you tell us, if anything, about that?
Well, so the dynamism in the mesh,
Dynamism?
right? Dynamism, I guess.
Mm.
So we're running out of words internally to define what the next step of server meshing is. Currently, we're working on quasi-dynamic server meshing, which is we're trying to iterate on the static mesh, right?
Next, will it have
To
Demi?
bring it so that if an area is empty, right, and nobody's there, we can spin down a server. And if people go to that area, we can spin up a server.
Nice.
To achieve all this, all of the mechanics required for a full dynamic mesh need to be there. So like mass authority transfer between servers, because when a server goes out,
It has to transfer
X amount of entities that it currently has authority over.
To give all those
it needs to give that
server.
to another one, and that obviously you don't want that process to lock up the parent server. So that whole mechanism is what we're working on at the moment. In fact, we've done over the break, the team has actually reached a milestone. We were able to run with our internal testers a test of quasi-dynamic server meshing internally. So that's good. I mean, it's the first test, so it's a bit rough, but it basically requested, I think, 200 servers to run the mesh. That was a little bit of a bug. But yeah, our ops teams, Ahmed specifically, I got a call from Ahmed immediately. But anyway.
So wait. You've been calling it quasi-dynamic, and I've been trying to workshop a new name for you, and I've just got a little bit of dynamism. But so you did your first test of this quasi-dynamic, like, hey server, you try to determine how much you need, and the first thing it did was ask for 200 more servers.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
yeah.
A
little bug in the assignment.
That's funny.
System, but
that sounds like human nature.
Correct.
So just you determine.
So that's what we're working on.
All right, server. You get to pick how much you need. Oh, I get to choose. Oh, fuck yeah. I'll take as much. Yeah, 200. Yeah, 200. That'll be good. I think I'll be happy. Finally, Jesus. Now I get to actually run. Quasi-dynamic is akin to the quasi-grazers. Oh, that's funny.
Right now, that's the next step towards the full dynamic mesh, right? Obviously, the goal with the dynamic mesh, just to recap it, is that instead of having a subdivision that we pre-make in advance, like currently, every patch, we look at the territory assignment, is what we call it, of like what's coming. Like, we have an event at this place, and most players are going to go to this system, and so we adjust the mesh, right? And sometimes we get it wrong, and it's a very manually intensive process, and we don't want to keep doing that. So the goal with the dynamic mesh is to be able to just adapt to where the players are, the cost of the location they're in, to be able to provision compute dynamically up and down. So there's also the unfortunate cost equation in this, right? The current static mesh will always provision a server for every territory that's configured, and so there's a little bit of savings we can go and get there. But more importantly, the dynamic aspect of it is to be able to always make sure that the proper compute is available for players when they're in an area doing something, right? So that's the goal.
Chat's debating whether the servers have actually achieved AGI and have played the game, and they're just like we've played the game. Give me 200.
Yeah, that's what I was. I finally get to
server
choose.
meshing.
Yeah, 200.
Last year, last year was coined as the year of playability. Mm-hmm. So,
Oh, boy.
we've just backdoored a whole bunch of playability improvements that server meshing, which dropped last year, enabled. So we've had all of those improvements last year that made the game far more playable than it was in any previous year. But that phrase has been used, it's weaponized, it's thrown back every once in a while, every time somebody encounters any kind of bug whatsoever. So I want to talk, and that's not entirely unfairly, because everybody's bug that they're encountering is the most important bug in the universe at that given moment, and that one is not resolved because they're encountering it. I want to talk a little bit more about what we did gain last year. So it's whether that's the transit system stuff, the 30Ks finally being killed, the creatures and boss fights and stuff. When you tell me, how did our year of playability go in your head?
Well, so I think that, obviously coming from the server meshing improvements, there was also some failings at the beginning of the year where we saw, transit became a very big problem. That's an example of a
Only
system.
because we tried to use it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, or tried to serve you, but badly. But that's an example of a system that was built years ago that wasn't properly scaled over time. And so when you added dynamic gateways for the transit system plus the meshing situation, that became a really problematic system. And
I
so
haven't seen it yet, but I hear there's a lot.
First order of business once we launched 4.0 was like, we need to really take action on transit. And so we talked about this last year, but we did create the Transit Heroes group, which was a coalition of volunteers. Well, they got volunteered. Voluntold, yes, exactly. To come and give a bit of oversight on this, to look at the system to see, okay, what do we need to actually, have stable elevators and trains and, make sure that that's always available. Because the traversal of the game, if that doesn't work, then the game doesn't work at all, right? If you can't take an elevator to get out of the habs, then
you've got 20.
Good luck, right? So the Transit Heroes team, I think, has done a fantastic job. They haven't re-engineered the system in that strike team, but they really focused on self-healing strategies, right? If a manager loses a carriage for some reason, for any reason, well, just create another one and get this thing rolling, right? Now, they couldn't fix, in this effort, they couldn't rebuild the system. There was fundamental flaws in how it was engineered for server meshing support, and so, but at least they got it into working.
Did you say phenomenal or fundamental?
If you look at the game now, transit is no longer the big problem it used to be, right? Like, it actually functions when you need it. Now, that said,
most times
it fixes itself, right? So it's still getting in a weird state, but it fixes itself. So, we've done more about this, and we'll talk about it later.
And we're building the transport system.
Correct.
Concurrently.
Yeah, absolutely.
So while this team is repairing the transit system, we're building a new bespoke transport system.
Right. So transport is basically the fix for this, like the real fix.
Let's get to transport when we talk about.
I suppose we get a Band-Aid before we get the actual new system. All right, fine.
Well, I got a list here that I worked out a little bit with Jens just to gather up, because the game is so big. So
I'm gonna limit you a little bit on this time. You've got.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna give you 5 minutes.
I'm being time boxed
because we do want to get to the new exciting hotness.
I'll go first.
This is important.
Okay, so we talked about 30K protection.
My clock app.
Okay,
Hang on. We gotta waste time for this.
Go.
You should be a producer. Okay, 30K protection, transit improvements, right, to make it stable. A stable tech base for the content teams. What doesn't show is that to achieve the content we shipped in 25, we actually froze a lot of the technology to give the content teams a stable base to work on. Before, it was a bit more of a mayhem. So we did that. we as we built all of this content last year, so a monthly patch was a very heavy cadence.
10 patches last year.
Yeah. You know, I think that what's really cool is that we've built kind of a library of locations and events that if you start playing Star Citizen today, there's that to do, right? It's like that. We never had that before, like a real set of locations that have like a full-on, you know, storyline to follow. So
I would love to say that if you are getting into Star Citizen now, Hathor, Stormbreaker, ASD, all sorts of just, you know, the regular stuff that you could do just going and looking around, and all these new things, yeah, quite a lot to do. So I wish the fucking mission refactor hits, but apparently we're going to get some words about that soon. So
that's really cool. In these locations, we're able to ship some new creatures, so a lot of new creatures and boss fights. So we had the first couple boss fights this year.
Siege,
you know, with Yormandi, Stormbreaker. So that's like a brand new
Instant
design
Siege of
discipline
Orson
for us to design boss fights for multiplayer elements. So that's new. Spawn in Hangar is something that we've actually been able to enable this time. So we tried to enable it in end of 24, and that was a bit of a disaster. 25 now, Spawn in a Hangar is there. So if your hangar is available, you spawn directly there. That's actually a very large quality of life improvement. I play the game a lot. It's, you know, not having to go to the hubs is fantastic. We've been able to put weather in key locations, including some of those big hero locations we talked about. We're hoping to do more, but you know, for now it actually is there. 2 new star systems, we talk about this. Jump gates, which is a whole, you know, a game on its own. The way it functions is actually super interesting. As you're going through, the zone is moving and you're moving within the zone. It's really a fun system to go through. So that's in. We fixed the goddamn bounty beacons, which is one of the coolest loop in the game. I love it. And, you know, that was obviously not working. So now we've actually got them to work again, which is a big win. Quantum interdiction was in the same bag.
Well, the habs are still there. You just don't go to there on your home city.
Interdiction was kind of difficult, so restoring it was an interesting one. We had to actually build systems to allow that because not every server has a view of the entire shard anymore, and so in order to interdict cross-server, you needed to have a special tech to do that. That fixed also quantum linking. Now, routing is still... Yeah, there's still issues, right? It's getting there, but at least there's been some quality of life improvements on that side that we've done this year. Freight elevator, ongoing.
We'll have a whole section on freight elevator.
But there's been a lot of, I mean, throughout the year, freight elevators have received tons of
compared to where they started.
They are better.
When we attempted
Jesus,
to
this system.
When we pushed them to the forefront for an event, and compared to where we started. But let's.
We talked about server FPS and stability from the meshing and the cleanup that we've put in place. Also, we've pushed at the middle of the year. It came for you guys at the end of the year, but actually we merged it at the middle of the year. But a whole new tech base, including at least a year of graphics update, including Vulkan, coming into the game now. That was what will allow us this year to do some pretty large changes as well. The first weaponized mech, so the Atlas ICT came in, so that's also a really big
Without
boost.
Vulkan, there's no VR.
We still don't know
it's
if
crazy how much performance overhead it gave.
This ongoing feud. He says it's not. I say it is.
You're dipping into content here. I'm not going to let you count the. I'm not going to let you count the ICT. That's content.
That's fine.
I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Well, although the jump jets were a feature, I suppose.
There you go.
The jump jets were a feature. So I'll give you half credit for the ICT.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will take that. Comms notification got a big facelift. That's something that we want to use a lot more of, and so we needed the proper
social tools
tech to be able
for
to
fuck's
render
sake.
that properly, and not just the quip lines, which you need more immersion than that. So that was actually a pretty big thing with facial animations and tracking, and so that's in there. And then cross shard progress for events. So what powered a lot of the content this year was a new service in the background of the game called the scenario service, which whether you're doing clean air or the resource drive last year, the cross shard progress of these events is tracked by the scenario system, and so that's how we were able to show tables about how many resource drives and resource drives, stuff like that. Exactly.
That's a pretty good list. You just got, it says 502.
Yes.
Look at that. Look at that.
On time.
And you didn't even mention like item recovery.
No, I did not.
Didn't mention item recovery. And there was one other that I had until I got distracted by my own clock.
It's all a blur.
I got distracted by my own clock. Basically, you know, it's
VR. I'll say it for him.
It's
it was
hard.
VR.
Let me think about how I want to say this. If you've been watching this show long enough, you know that I'm not above taking a section, in this case 5 minutes of the section, to basically go through some talking points that I want, that I think are important, that I think people want to hear. We have had things like the year of playability thrown back at us in comms, and when you see, I tune into a Twitch stream or YouTube thing, and and somebody gets a very frustrating experience. I was looking at an experience of somebody, just going to town with their Hull C, and they went through a jump point, and it took them trying to go to one system, it kicked them back out to the next system, and the thing crashed. And then they got back in, and the spindles they tried to open the spindles, but the spindles were closed, or looked closed, but they were actually open. So they were in the wrong state. Tried to get refueled, tried to go to refuel. The refuel thing wasn't working, and then stowed the ship and spawned the ship, and it didn't come back on the docking port. It came back in their hangar full of cargo, and it's like this. It's like,
Yep.
we acknowledge that. I'm sitting here saying we acknowledge those things. But there was so many massive improvements last year. You used an analogy last time we did with this about I think it was the big freight container, the big giant Suez Canal shipping things that you don't just turn the direction around, you don't just spin the wheel and suddenly you're facing a new direction. It takes time to move these things. And the efforts of your teams and the people under you, these strike teams, these hero teams as you call them, to turn this ship that we call the Persistent Universe around in the last year has been phenomenal. If I'm allowed to have a personal opinion, being the shill for the company that I am, has been phenomenal. We haven't gotten everything. Everything. We still got another year. We still got another year. The work continues. Yeah. But it's my show, and I wanted to take 5 minutes to acknowledge the tremendous work of those teams. And a whole lot was accomplished last year, in addition to the amazing content work. I said 10 patches, and I realized we actually had 11 because we kicked engineering out. Yeah. We kicked engineering out in December, so it was actually 11 patches.
It's true.
11 patches in 12 months is pretty crazy. So you allow me to have a moment
VR
to
patch
have some
as well.
time to sit there and sing the praises of those people, because I've seen where we were, and I know where we are.
Invictus. I should have access to the Ironclad because I got a Kraken.
Still
have access to both.
Still places to go.
Yes.
That scenario I just described was like last week, and we got still places to go.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean we don't acknowledge the progress we made.
I think it's a testament to kind of the systematic approach we've taken to solve some of these issues, instead of previously we used to just assign tickets to people and they would find the fastest way to solve it, and now we kind of work as a team with the teams in quality assurance that are basically the arbinger, like, no, it's not fixed, I can still repro, right? And these guys have been going through a systematic approach for it. I think that's paid off a bit.
We get better.
Yeah.
Not always, but we try. And in this case, we've definitely gotten better. There were some big changes to internal infrastructure and stuff in the last year or two, and we're seeing the results of that stuff. All right. So now let's go into some specific updates here. So let's talk about the transport system. We don't need to talk about transit so much anymore. The transport system is what will one day replace this thing. I've heard talk about there being a tech preview of it soon. Mm-hmm. Talk to me about the transport system.
Also,
tell us about the rabbits,
transit
George.
was problematic, wasn't designed for server meshing. And so transport is a complete rebuild of the transit system, but using more server meshing native approaches for how different pieces are going to manage elements that are streamed out and streamed in. Mm-hmm. We're also moving away from some previous misconceptions that were put into the transit system For example, one of them was responsible for trains going into space. We don't want trains to go into space. So
You might not.
yeah, well, I mean, unless we do a
That was
space
really
elevator.
fun.
Astro train.
Yeah, Astro Train would be great. So
Not gonna
the
lie, it is a
state of
great
transport,
bug.
right? So,
Annoying, but
at
hilarious.
the end of last year,
Sorry, I'm going to pause. What's included in transport? So
so
what are we talking about?
so
Elevators?
transit and transport manage elevators, in-ship elevators, trains, anything that has to move when you press a button and you call it. So
Okay.
it's a network of carriage, peripheral, and gateway.
Okay.
Right. So
Ooh,
you take an
I
elevator
like those
to go to your
words.
hangar. That's transit.
You take a tram.
You take a tram. That's
Anything that's automated, anything that
Correct.
moves you
Exactly.
not under
Magic
your control.
carpet or otherwise.
And he's the one moving the carriages, right? So he needs to deal with carriages being streamed out, like prediction for that stuff. So, so transport is a rebuild of the original transit, which has been, as we talked about, problematic. So the state on transport is at this point we are, it's functional. So we've the team
Yeah.
at the end of last year actually completed the first transport link, which was we tested this internally with our QA teams extensively at this point. All of the new Babbage HABs links. So we took one link in the universe, that one, and we tested the crap out of it. Right now, that's a static link. So it's going this. When I say static, it means the 2 points that the elevator goes to exist. They always exist. So we know that works. Then the state at the moment is we also support hangars. So these are dynamic gateways, because if you're online and you're at the location, your hangar is spawned there. That's a dynamic gateway. If you leave, that
Okay,
gateway
it is
disappears. So the
instanced.
system needs to deal with
True.
dynamic gateways. The previous system
Did not.
kinda did, and the kinda bit was the piece that wasn't great.
Okay.
And so we've got internally at the moment new Babbage, we've got hangars and HABs. So the state of transport now is the team is working at converting all of Area 18. So we're talking HABs, hangars, transit trains, all of Area 18 to the transport system.
Hello there.
So
Okay, ArcCorp is up
we're
first.
going to go to tech
All right.
preview with that. That's our plan. And the reason why we need to go to tech preview is because we need players. We've tested this internally. We can't muster as much players as we want, so we're going to try to see if you guys want to come and help us out test the new Babbage Transit for real on a tech preview to validate all the assumptions that are in this.
Wait, did it say new Babbage
We're
or
gonna launch
ArcCorp?
tech preview and ask people to just come and ride the elevators,
Correct.
come and ride the trams
And their hangars.
and their hangars,
Yes.
and hope nobody dies.
No trains in space, no doors opening to nothingness. That'd be great. No passing through the floors in the carriages.
The single most exciting tech preview we'll ever do. But incredibly important
Hey,
because it's a tech preview that doesn't just affect
But you said
Area 18, it's
ArcCorp
one
as
that
well.
can literally affect quality of life in every single landing zone on board every
thought- I
single
don't know.
spaceship. because
That has an
the
elevator.
ships that have
It's already too far to
elevators
go back.
and stuff within space stations. It's going to be this little thing for Area
What's up,
18, but
Fancy?
it ripples out to everything.
And so after a tech preview, if everything is validated, there's one thing too we want to try to avoid is the train prediction taking like you in 32 seconds to come in, where the train says train arrives in 1,060,000, which obviously we hope that.
I just thought it was a metaphor for the project. Am I allowed to say that?
At this point you are. So
Yeah, pretty much.
After tech preview, we're gonna scale this out to every landing zone, and we're gonna see which
Babbage
patch
first,
this
then
will
area-
load in,
okay, so
but
we
at
did
that
say
point,
it,
we
okay.
hope to bring transport in and completely deprecate the transit system from the game and nuke it from orbit.
Cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
And that's next week.
An Aliens fan.
we don't give dates. Best effort, but it's looking good. Like this
We got a
tech preview
power
is gonna
loader up
be
there.
where we're going to evaluate really like where we're at with scale, because the issues of transit typically come up
Funko
with
Pop
scale
one.
most of the time. Right?
Fair enough. I told you we get back to freight elevators.
Yeah.
So what can you tell me about freight elevators and what still needs to happen?
Sure. So the freight elevators are way more complicated than we can imagine because they get affected by other systems like hangars, like planetary locations. There's also multiple flavors of them, top loading, side loading, and they all operate very differently. So this year, we've had issues at the beginning of the year, clearly, with the freight elevators, like losing items, obstruction, blocking them from functioning.
You said the beginning of the year, but that really came to a head in July.
Yeah.
Mid-year.
Where we
No,
had
it
even
had
an
been there the
event
whole
that
time.
would
It
rely
just
on
the
them.
event exacerbated it.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, we knew there was a collection of issues, but we also, all of our data said they were only
Localized.
The localized list. It wasn't until we went to scale
That's right.
that we realized, oh, this is actually even worse than we thought.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's also coupled to a couple of things, and for that event specifically, which was, we concentrated missions in key locations. That's one thing that has been in our discussion
did do
all
that.
year, was
They
how
did
we
do
distribute
that.
missions, right? How we, if we launch a new mission tomorrow morning and we send everybody to the same spot, that is problematic. Not just because it's not fun, because it's a traffic jam, but also it causes other issues. And so we learned a lot from that on the design side, I think, overall. But so freight elevators, though, so we're pretty happy.
Like, it's one thing in like World of Warcraft when everybody faces on top of each other and you could literally have 1,000 people stacked on top of the same NPC. But that's not how Star Citizen works. Everything is physicalized. Everybody jams up the doorways and elevators and locations, and it just gets a mess. And they want thousands and thousands of people to play. I still think that until they let us phase through each other, it's not going to be a true MMO, because all it takes is like about 6 people to block the doors at New Babbage, and then nobody's fucking getting into that goddamn tram ever.
With some of the core mechanics, but there's still very egregious issues that we're tracking. So there's roughly 73 total issues that we know about.
Wide
51 of
halls,
those have been
yeah.
resolved. So I've asked
Arbitrarily wide doors.
one of our teams in our
No, we
Nathaniel
can't do
Fisher,
that because then we could fit the
resident
nurse or
expert on
rover
freight
into our
elevators,
ships.
to track that. So the rest of these issues some of them are really problematic. One of them we actually discussed, you and I, just before the show, was how if you're turning in Wicklow items, you need to put them one by one.
Things in a box. You have to be able to put things in a box.
Correct. And so
you have to be able to put things in a box and have it suck up that box.
Yes, I agree, 100%. And so that's going to be one of the first ones I think we need to look at. The other one is a bit more problematic because we don't have a proper repro for, but sometimes there are lost items that fail if there's like a back-end slowdown when things get stowed. So we have a couple reports for this, not many, but the ones that we have are critical. And so, this is a kind of a rule we've set on the CGP team. So Jens and I are pushing this to everybody. It's like the golden rule for everything related to freight elevators or anything that touches inventory is a player should never lose an item interacting with these systems, right? We need trust in them 100%. And so
yeah, that's good.
why
That's a
we're
good bar to
tracing those
have.
issues. So there's still a lot more work required on freight elevators for different edge cases. A new one that we started seeing in 4.6, which is affected
lose
by another
armistice or
change,
just knock
but
them
is
out. If they block the
sometimes,
doors.
putting stuff on the elevator, not on the grid, will cause it to disappear,
Right.
which is kind of a physics cleanup conflict. So I know we're looking into this right now because that's a big one. But and then everything that has to do with stacking. So having a stack in your inventory that you want to unstow onto the freight elevator, that mechanism from a backend perspective is actually a creation. I know that sounds weird, but you have a stack of 10, that's one item with a stack of 10. You may bring it's a creation of 9. So that bit is not stable right now. We're trying to improve that that mechanism.
It's hard because there's a lot of the chat right now is debating Wicklow at the moment. And
Why did I say his name?
if I say it 3 times, he shows up on the screen. But a not insignificant part of the dislike for Wicklow is directly related to that freight elevator. It's just there's no we have a section later on. We asked around. We'll get to it. But we'll give you a preview. But we started talking like what is the single greatest quality of life thing that we can do. And I went around and I asked a couple head honchos here around the company. I was curious. I did an interview before. Like what to you is the single biggest?
About a dozen, Attack
quality of
Cat.
life thing
About a
you can do?
dozen.
the single base. And
If
on
they're
more
really
than one
committed to
occasion-
it, they could find a choke.
Yes, well, I'm going to spoil it here. Not losing items.
Yeah.
Just not losing items. Just that seemingly simple,
Yes.
benign,
Yeah.
innocent little thing. Like if
Did you ever lose an item in World of Warcraft? Did you ever accidentally just have a shit just randomly just not in your bag? No. The core part of MMOs is the gear, the items, and the things that you acquire on your journey. If some of your things just randomly started disappearing, that's not an MMO at that point. You've lost your identity as a character along the way. So we got sentimental about JPEG with desync. You might make it through.
everything else is important, everything else is super important, everything else is super necessary. It absolutely is. But God is my witness. If we can just make it so people don't lose their items, so
I agree.
shout out to the heroes of the freight elevator hero squad. I thought it was Strike Squad, but you've rebranded it during this call as Hero Squad, and I like it.
Right.
So we'll do it, and everybody, the people in item recovery, the people in the new inventory, people who are working on the new inventory system right now. It's everybody working to fix that, because that's just the single most demoralizing thing in the world to me. Speaking of item recovery,
Yeah.
we launched V0 or V1 or whatever the heck we called it, T0. I'm hearing that there's a T1 on the horizon. Right? Talk to me about it.
Well, so the
Tier 1
obviously
item
Tier
recovery.
0 was a fairly large change to the game, so that in the case where you die in the verse, instead of having to run a corpse run to recover your items, you would actually respawn with them. This was mainly done to, we're in an alpha game, we needed to do some compromises, so we looked at that. So item imprint,
Good
there's
compromise,
multiple
so that people
names for
got
this at
their
this point.
armor out
Item
and about.
imprint, item recovery, tier 1, entitlements 2.0. Those are all sort of related. So the gist of it is, and this ties into some other subjects, but is that currently when you play the game, right, and you look at your ASOP terminal, I think I've said that last time, but I'll still go through it again. When you look at your ASOP terminal, the list that you see there is the list of entitlements that you own, which ship that you own, you have a right to, right? Then that's cross-linked with the actual ship. Do you have it? This entitlement, let's say it's a Connie, what is it in the game, right? And where is it? And that's how the ASOP terminal shows you the list, right? So that's why you're able to have a row when there's no ship and it says retrieve or deliver, right? That creates the ship. Then deliver brings you the ship on the platform. Those entitlements currently, they don't live across patches. We recreate them. The first time you log in, there's a big process that reconciles your account, grabs your web purchases, grabs your LTP records, and recreates those entitlements. Obviously, long-term persistence has always been it's a difficult problem to solve. It sounds simple, but it is not, I assure you. But in order to facilitate all this and also other item recovery needs, we've decided to basically persist those entitlements across patch. So these things will never get wiped anymore. And so losing a ship is not going to be a thing. That's not going to be technically possible. We never really delete entitlements. And so you have insurance on those records, so you can claim insurance. The only way to lose a ship will be if you no longer have insurance on it. You still have the deed for it, but you can't claim it.
Interesting.
Item recovery is a rework of the entitlement system. It touches on how you claim insurance on ships. It allows snapshotting of ships, but also FPS items, so that these
So it works across both. So it's the same system across everything. Okay.
And recover, and then will give us the ability to recover or claim your even FPS items. So think of it as an insurance system for FPS items. Right? So this whole mechanic ties into LTP as well. We're also hoping through the system to solve some of the issues that exist with, taking components off of a ship, then claiming the ship, losing the components, and or in some cases being able to duplicate some default components. This whole loop is insurance has always been a problem design-wise for how this functions. So item imprint v1 allows you to imprint items, save that state, and then recover it on death or when you claim insurance.
All right, so I have a couple questions here based on what I heard. You keep mentioning insurance. Are you saying that insurance will be in alongside V1?
Yeah,
exactly.
Correct. I say insurance because that's the same kind of loop in terms of what the services are doing to do this, but basically it's a snapshot we recover from.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
So when item recovery V1 comes out, it'll still be much like it is today as far as insurance. Everybody will just have everybody has LTI on everything at the moment right now until that very specific gameplay system is implemented. So this is not that.
So that's why it's tier 1, not tier 0.
Lowercase I, yes.
Or tier 2 or 3.
I just needed to, I'm like,
underscore I.
I didn't think ship insurance was coming in this one.
Yeah.
So just to clarify that.
Okay, so no insurance system.
Folks,
everything just blanket LTI as a band-aid for the band-aid.
You're saying that because it's a change to the entitlement system and everything would just get snapshot and moved over. When you say people will no longer lose ships, you're talking about that whenever a patch comes out.
Yeah, what about that?
They're talking about the ships that they've earned in game, the ships they've either bought with AUEC or stolen or whatnot. Those should persist.
If you have an entitlement for something, we no longer wipe that between patches at all. We keep it completely.
Okay.
So that should give us a lot more. In fact, it is exactly the way you would expect it to function right now, except the way the systems were built in the past didn't account for that. And so there was cases where you could lose something that you own because it was left unstowed in a shard or something like that. And so now with the entitlement system, we keep that cross-patch.
Nice.
So the first question I have in response to that is, how will people get rid of things? Because quite frankly, I might go joyriding one day, or I might buy a thing for AUEC and fly it, and then decide I don't want it, I don't like it, and now it's just sitting there staring at me in the ASOP. If these things don't go away between patches now, every time I want to try a ship, or I just move away for a ship, or John Crew nerfs the hell out of the ship and I don't want to fly it anymore.
God damn John Crew.
I might want to get rid of it. So will there be? Is there going to be a mechanism for getting rid of these things?
Well, not with item imprint, right? As part of this, no. But there are. I don't want to go too much into details into this, but I can give an example of you have a ship filled with cargo that you stow into your location inventory in New Babbage, and you claim that ship, right? In the current way the system works, that cargo's lost, right? That ship will get deleted and you're done, right? You get a new one, but it's the same entitlement, right? With the new system, we have the ability to also show you ships that you own that had an entitlement on it. And so what that means is you could claim that ship, you'll get a new, let's say it's a Caterpillar filled with cargo, and you're like, I need to claim it for some reason. You can claim the ship. The other ship will be bricked, right? That's how the design is functioning. So it's no longer usable, but you can still retrieve it. You can still retrieve the bricked ship and get it. And then if you destroy the ship or tow it out, then it'll go away from your entitlement.
But we can't tow anything bigger than
remove that.
You can't warp in quantum with tow.
Longer term, but not in this phase, but longer term, yes.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the long-term players, the people who have been here for a while, who have acquired a rather massive fleet already, and
I'm a victim of this.
And you start buying ships, and I'm guilty of it. There's just sometimes I don't want this anymore. I don't want to look at a I don't know.
That Toy Story dream. I don't want to play with you anymore.
Just want it
Drops
out of
Woody
my
to the floor.
I bought it mistakenly from Astro Armada. I just had a momentary weakness. I don't want that Rock DS staring at me in my
Rock DS,
because you've done a wonderful thing with item recovery. V1.
But now you keep it.
And now you're stuck with it. Yeah, some things.
Are you saying you don't want your ships anymore?
I'm just saying some things aren't meant to be persisted. So I just want to take this opportunity to
Rock DS hate, please, more of it.
To remove, to get rid of it.
I'm very curious about why you singled out the Rock DS out of this.
How much time you got?
How much?
Jared hates the Rock DS confirmed. Oh, you haven't been
It
watching
needs
for a while.
to not
This game is
exist.
confirmed
There's
now.
no reason for it. What can you do to make the Rock DS actually worth it? Besides
Jared, you're not supposed to be
arbitrarily
going
make a
on
gameplay
telling
function
people you
that's
hate
worse,
certain ships.
just so it
You're
fits its
supposed to be
niche.
championing everything. I'm like,
Yeah.
I hate the Rock DS.
No, we aren't.
It's just.
It's comfy though. It's got to get.
Hold on, let's just do everything the first Rock does, but require 2 people. I've never lied to you. I never will.
Sure.
It's the only. It's
It's
the only
bad.
promise I've
Everybody
ever
knows
made.
that the Rock DS is bad.
You've been mentioning long-term
Atlas
persistence.
GODS
let's
just
wrap
has a
up
dude
this.
on his shoulders.
The
arc.
storyline of losing stuff,
fucking
keeping
tractor
stuff.
beams. The guy on the
last
bottom
time-
jumps.
Last time we had this
The
conversation,
guy on the top uses the
you talked about
arms.
utilizing this entitlement
Mecha
system.
Shiva.
Is that what we were just talking about, or is there more
There's,
stuff?
there's more. So there's a lot of work ongoing on this, on the long-term persistent side. So just for those who don't know what long-term persistent is, or LTP, there's a mechanism we put in place to allow you to keep things between patches, right? So every patch we basically destroy, like when you come into 4 to 7, when it comes out, that's a brand new database, right? The whole thing is fresh, and then we recreate things. Now, why do we recreate things? It's because these things are still changing. So the Hornet you had in 4.5 is probably different than the Hornet you have in 4.6. Item port locations have changed, materials have changed.
Hornet
serialized
changes. He said
variables
Hornet
and all the
changes.
data that goes with it has
You heard
changed.
him.
The gold standard Aurora that we just launched is
Great
technically an entirely different ship. The whole entity is different.
Exactly.
And under the hood to the backer, it looks like, okay, you just added some
thing.
you added some fins and blah blah blah. But under the hood, it's an entirely new set of entities.
And so, in order to allow us to keep stuff, we've built this system on the
So
side.
yeah, they
that
do.
kind of keeps-
It can't be the exact thing every time they store. It has to be a token for it, and then it slips whatever the current version of that token is. Because it's very easy to store, exact things, supposedly. But yeah, bringing up the exact thing from a couple patches ago won't help them. They need the current version of it.
records of what you own. So it says you own a Hornet, right? That system has always been kind of I don't want to say a crutch, because it did function for a long time, but we've outgrown it quite a bit. There are also many cases where we would remove records of things that you own because they're in play in a shard. And that's been proven to be a bit of a bad decision overall, and so that's why we've had multiple issues over the years of like players losing ship entitlements in the new patch, or having more items than they were supposed to get. Like, some people have shown some screenshots of demultiplication of things between patches, and so it's been a big issue, right? So with the item imprint work, we're tying into that. We're reducing the footprint of what LTP manages by a lot, because it will no longer store your entitlements. We just keep those as is. So that's one big bit removed from that system. The other complexity on that side is that it needs to manage nested inventories. And
Back to the freight elevator thing
that's
again.
just completely crazy. So like, I have a handgun stored in the glove box of my Merlin that's attached to my Connie, that's parked somehow inside of my, Idris, and stowed in my location inventory. Well, I need to give you a record for that gun, right? And so that system
Interesting.
needs
You
to
don't think
reread
about
data
all of
and
this.
store it, and it's really complicated.
Which is why people have gotten into the habit before a wipe, or before a patch.
Yeah.
Oh, Freudian slip, huh? I could just.
Everybody's like,
know you
wipe,
people.
wipe.
But before a patch, people stow things
Yeah.
in certain inventories to have their best chance of
Yeah, to kind of set it up, right? So, on
Still didn't
long-term
help. I
persistence,
lost my
ultimately,
F8 from the
we
contestant
don't want
zone.
this system, right? Ultimately, we want to get to a point where we don't need it. So, step one is to reduce its footprint. So that's part of item imprint is that. So that's a big deal. But the next steps are start from the very low level, and will require some large company change. We need to be able to migrate your old Hornet into the new one, right? Or at least be able to know it changed enough, I need to give you a new one, right? Or being able to just migrate the shape of the hierarchy, the import locations, and the serialized variable formats on these things. Now, the thing you got to think about the way the ships are built, right? The entities have components on them which enable them to do something. I'll give an example just for the layman. You have a health component on an entity that says, hey, I got 100 hit points. When that reaches 0, then we destroy the entity, or something else happened, it destroys
Or blow up the
itself.
entire ship.
That component is written in code. There's a game programmer that's maintaining this. We actually have a health component. It does way more things than this, but just to keep it simple. So a game programmer is programming this, and he needs to persist the value of health so that when this ship is now either put in an inventory, then brought back into the game, that the values of the health components on the parts, on the individual parts, have persisted and we reload it, right? This is true for everything in the game, right? We have serialized variables and components across the game. There's, I think your character at the moment has like 800 serialized variables on it or something like that.
Jesus.
Right? So those are all different components. Are you crouched? Are you standing? Are you, health of all the limbs?
The status state of every single thing.
The programmers between patches, they just changed that. I removed this one, and I put a new one in, and then because some of those variables, it doesn't matter if it changes.
Yeah.
Some of them matter, right? If you change that, like it's a different shape, it loads a different CGA model, whatever, right? So that's the big problem about how we need to forward migrate is we need to do this at the very low level. So currently, our network team and our online teams are working at this mechanism to be able to differentiate the important from the important SVs, the serialized variables, on components. So that's all across all components in the game. There's over 1,500, 2,000 components, individual code components in the game. So, for example, I don't need to know if you're crouched when I stow you in your inventory, right? I don't need to know that, right? But I need to know that when we're running and you're crouched, right? So we differentiate the two, and then we have a mechanism to migrate the data format from one to the other. When we get that functionality in and reliable, what that means is that we will just keep the database. And that is huge because now that means there's no longer a process between patches that transfers stuff or moves it around or recomputes things. It's the same database. We're just moving its version forward on demand. Now we've looked at multiple different options for that. Some of them were like, just migrate people from one to the other, but then we'd have to keep 5 databases behind. It's just impossible. And so right now we're working at that option, and that's the longer term vision that we have for that. So first, reduce the footprint of the LTP system so it just manages some things, not all, and then work on the real fundamental issue, which is we need forward migration on all this data.
How many times in your life has a errant, random, unexpected serialized variable been the cause of distress in your life?
I mean, it's crazy. This is the single most important thing because, like, in case you guys don't know, every time we do full patch is easy because we patch server, client, hybrid, everything goes in at once. But when we perform hotfixes, and God knows we've done a lot of hotfixing this year, right? That's part of our process now. But there's like specific steps where we have our live QA team need to do compatibility checks, and any change to any serialized variable, added, removed, change the format, change the data, whatever, incompatible client. And so getting our processes in place to catch those before they get introduced, right, is really taxing because, there's always also fix this bug. And that make the whole hotfix incompatible and we can't launch it. So we have to backtrack, change our approach, whatever. And so that's the kind of thing we're dealing with.
This is why I don't do development or coding. It's so dumb.
And before somebody says you should have just made a simpler game, Benoit.
Props to those that do.
Just making a simpler game.
Yeah. Cool.
All right, I want to move into our quality of life section here.
Yeah.
We talked about it a little bit before because we just talked a whole lot about not losing things and all the efforts being made of not losing things. But there are other major quality of life things. For me, personally,
Yeah.
after the not losing the things, it's social.
Yeah.
It's social.
Please.
The ability to group with people, the ability to communicate with people, the ability
To shut people up.
not to communicate with people, the ability to just be like, oh, hey, that's a bad person. That's a bad person with bad thoughts and bad intentions, and boop, boop, and kick them into the pit from 300.
Sure.
And whatnot. Never to see or hear from that person again.
Right.
The all the tools for joining up. Finally, people have been creating and managing orgs on our website since 2013.
Yeah.
It's so
And
garbage.
this is 2026, and those orgs still not in game.
Correct.
What
are we doing?
Colors.
It's
Party colors.
we're reenacting a little play because Benoit and I have had this conversation almost verbatim for a little time. I'm just doing the conversation we had in private for you guys right now. So my question, Benoit,
Yeah.
friend, person whom chat has dubbed brother, my brother.
From another mother.
When, Benoit? When,
Please.
dear God in heaven
1.8?
above or down below, who do I have to talk to?
1.7?
Give me something.
Good.
For social.
Yeah. Well, so what is it now? It's all a blur. A social universe, right? The last panel that we did at Citizencon. That outlines the vision of what we want to do with social.
What have we
with
done?
The year that we just had, we had to take a little bit of a detour on that initial plan. But right now, we have completely formed the social strike team. And so a bit like the heroes team, right? The social strike team, its only mission is to execute this plan, right? And so
So don't bury the lead. There is now an official dedicated team on this.
social strike team, yes.
Okay.
Exactly. And so this
no
group
stuff, no redeems are on.
is currently looking at all of the components that make up the social systems now, right? Fortunately for us, the work didn't stop on this side, even though we couldn't enact the changes in the game. On the back end side of things, there's been a lot of progress on social. And so even though the systems look primitive in game, their capabilities have grown quite a bit, even in 25. We
Just
do
not using them yet.
So we do have a block list that we leverage now. It's simplistic, but because we didn't have the UI resources to do it completely. But moving into this strike team, right, covers all areas of social. So the plan is to go into 4 different pillars for it. So the first order of business is the Comlink app. So the Comlink app is like one of the oldest mobi-glass application we still have. It's kind of an eyesore because it's like from a dark, ghost of futures past. It's like from 2000, I want to say.
It's literally a relic from the dark age of technology type of Warhammer 40k reference. That's how old it is. It was made out of needs and necessities for systems that no longer exist.
1918 at this point, style-wise. Very old technology, still use the legacy, even UI framework that we had in the game. So we're completely eliminating that tab.
Yay.
We're bringing in forward the social application that we've shown at Citizencon, so that design is moving forward. So replacing that.
You said application, and he's removing the tab, which means it'll be a separate thing. I'm assuming in the main menu, hit enter to, make the chat window visible and do it through there. So if that's the case, how do I, as a VR player, interact with it properly, easily, quickly?
Chat widgets.
That's my question.
Right, so the entire chat experience in the game, we're completely overhauling this from the top at the moment. So we're right in the process of changing that and hooking it up to the new systems. Revamping things like, social notifications. Currently in our mobi-glass, we only have one kind of level of notification, which is like ultra important. So to have a proper social experience, you need to have these system updates, system notifications, like someone joins, someone leaves, whatever. Looking at things like combat log and all the stuff that we've looked at in the.
He says combat log. We're gonna get a combat log.
We're actively building this now. And that's going to be the first. We don't know. I'm not going to say which patch is going to land in. So our schedule is twofold. There's a content patch schedule and there's a feature schedule. The features need to have leeway because it depends on where they're going to land. But that's going to be the first update to social. Will be Comlink app, right? So rich party information, friend phone tracking, chat app. So we're working on this right now actively.
For a 2026 release?
Yes. Yes. I mean, it's like you mentioned, it's kind of urgent at this point that we do something there.
Yes. For fuck's
This
sake.
will automatically roll into the next. No, keep your dad here. Come on. On the next milestone for the social strike team is going to be looking at the party finder mechanic, right? Which basically allows you to advertise your party and then get people to join in. Like, let's say you're looking for a gunner and some FPS guys for your mission, then you can advertise that. If you're looking for friends to go do a specific event, you can do that as well. And so Party Finder, we're hoping, is going to be a way for you to find friends on a given shard really rapidly. Also,
Yay.
tie that in with your friendship and your contacts. So that will be we're building on the first release, which will have now friend and foe tracking into that. So that's going to be super interesting.
What was everybody complains about World of Warcraft getting ruined by the auto group finder type thing. So incoming videos about that. Ready, go.
That's the second system we want to bring in. And then obviously number 3 of 4, right, is the org system. And so
Yay.
in that space, we're taking the orgs on the website from 2013 and we're moving them completely. Obviously, the technology we used to build that in 2013 are obsolete. They're it's a really old system. So we're bringing all of this data back into a game service to manage orgs, to surface that, obviously, game side. So now have org management screens, have your organization chat in the game, and then actually be able to create your organization from the game as well as surface it outside. So that's like, okay, now orgs are in the game. That's the first.
That's the whole name, and then the org.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and
Oh,
this
we
will
have
probably,
actually.
we're
Oh
still having
shit!
internal discussions about how that surfaces. In our game, nothing is always set in stones. But
I forgot
we're
about
probably
it being the
gonna tie
name
to,
tag on the player
FPS scanning radar.
in game.
Additions to when you fly your ship to identify others with scanning, and
Yeah,
so
because you got like the ship name, you got the player name, org name. Shit, man.
the orgs will be part of that. That's it. Visibility in game, chat in game for your orgs, actually having your organization communications.
Yeah, that's a whole nother series of conversations. Weighing immersion versus running around and seeing it burn.
No, it's an MMO. It's a fucking MMO. Make it an MMO.
Sure.
So
Let me solo her.
just fun fact, I got to write the original guidance at Blizzard for that. We're back in 2004 for World of Warcraft. Yeah, I got to make the original list of. These are examples of really bad guild names to train game masters way back when.
Cool.
Chat, you've been saying it. It's next on the list.
Yeah.
VoIP.
Yeah.
VoIP. If you're doing all this stuff, VoIP.
We're looking at VoIP.
Such an important element.
Sure.
It
It's all part
works
of it.
until it doesn't.
Graham tells me it's entirely your fault.
Graham is. I don't want to say it.
Graham did not say that. He heavily implied it, though.
No.
Graham is more savvy than I am. He knew not to say it outright.
Yeah. That's right. We love him. But
He wrote it down on a
like-
piece of paper.
No, but okay. So VoIP, we're doing improvements
He wouldn't
there
say it out
on the
loud.
backend side of things. So VoIP is mainly, right now heavily affected by the shard size. So the
Is
original design for this was really made for the 100 servers, and so we haven't had a chance to go back
What's up,
there
Vicious?
at all. As part of this work, this team is also going to look at the infrastructure for voice transmission, and we're going to try to make it scale to the proper thing. So one element that we're talking about on chat and comms is that we're probably going to be moving away from the server chat, so what the original global 600 player chat, and move into regional chats like a true MMO, so that it's tied to the region that you are.
Yay.
Maybe multiple channels for that. And so VoIP will also be affected by that because it also powers proximity chat. Proximity voice, sorry. So we're looking at voice transmission from the top to bottom. We're changing the whole backend for this to make it scale there.
What do you have against Baron's chat?
Literally, I was just about to say, Baron's chat from World War. I know we're bringing up a lot of WoW analogies here, but well, if we're trying to be an MMO in space, we got to look at the best MMO of all time. Okay, maybe not the best, but one of the most popular. Yeah, fucking Baron's chat.
Baron's chat was. I mean, apparently.
For those that don't know, if you played World of Warcraft and you played Alliance, every single zone you leveled in was about 5 levels, maybe 7 levels of content. And you had just, a small group of people that you would, occasionally, interact with as you go from area to area through your journey, leveling up in the game. If you played on the Horde side, you were in the Barrens. And the Barrens, you didn't get out of the Barrens area of the game until level 30 plus. So every single person from level 5 all the way to level 30 was talking in one area in the game, running up and down that fucking bitch.
Hello there.
So 14 levels of raw should be, yeah, exactly. I don't want to WoW MMO stars. Well, guess who wants money? CIG. Guess who wants them to make their game? Me. Guess who knows they have to make concessions on realism and immersion so that people, actual people, not just Star Citizen fans, get to play this game, buy this game, spend money on this game. They can make this game for us. They're not making it for us. They're making it for people. We are not people, you guys. You have to realize that.
Baron's chat was so dope, we implemented it here and have had it for the last 10 years.
That's right. Correct. We're also out of this, there's also some movement on player reporting for bad behavior. So not just blocking, which is, is something that we have now, but that we want to expand on, but also player reporting for other players that are, either bad behavior, profanity in chat, things like that. Obviously, we don't at CIG don't have a large, moderation team in game, so we're going to need some automated help there that will come and clean up some of these elements. So we're trying to, really tackle communications, from the top there with that strike team.
So there's social. There's not ever losing an item. Shout out to gameplay engineering director Jens. That was his major one, and then
that was his coin.
that was his one. Didn't feel strongly enough to come on the show though.
It's not automated if they're making the actual users
Next
do
time
it.
we do a duo. Let's sign him up right now.
So not losing things.
Yeah.
Social tools. We'll throw VoIP in with social tools.
Chat,
Transport.
Party Finder, orgs is what we're going in order.
As far as major quality of life, I want to ask you personally. I'm allowed to say things personally sometimes. I do it often on my live shows, and then get in trouble for it afterwards. Benoit, I want your personal thing. What is your big bugaboo? What is your big quality of life bugaboo? The thing.
So personal.
Yeah.
I've got 2. I've added 1.
Scope creep.
Yeah. Okay, so I would say for me,
scopes?
in terms of quality of life,
I can't wait to be able to zoom and have scopes back in VR. Oh, this is going to be great.
I love to play the game in a kind of a larger setup. So I have a kind of a flight seat that I like to operate to play the game. And this thing has roughly 13 devices connected to the game.
Yep.
Managing bindings is literally the worst.
I'm rising up. We got a bit of a chub now. He's going to talk about bindings and keys. Oh.
And so that's my pet peeve. If there was one thing that I could do for my own game experience, like
Yes,
other than like
please.
the in-game elements, it would be completely control bindings. You know, currently we rely on device order for some things, and so
Oh, I bet.
literally you need to have.
But now, keep in mind, my setup is a mobile setup that I have to be able to take to Bar Citizens and Citizencon. See you guys there, hopefully soon.
Like a kind of almost a common order for the devices on your machine. Sharing these profiles is very difficult. Being able to bind onto multiple devices, to really benefit from that. Being able to bind on multiple, like the same action on multiple devices, for me is super key, right? So that would be my absolute personal thing, quality of life to solve, would be device handling in general.
And you're announcing you've created a hero strike team for this.
Yes.
I wish I could just do that, but it'd be cool,
So that's not something coming soon.
Well, there is work being done on the control systems, right? But not that I could say it's coming soon to Star Citizen.
It has to be soon-ish, because what about Squadron
There's a lot
40
of work
fucking 2? Are we just gonna have this exact system for that, for a mass market release? They got 10 months.
And while you're at,
I guess whether or not we get access to it. It's one thing to have it in Squadron 42, as a lot of systems apparently are. It's another if it makes it to the Star Citizen PU.
it'd be nice if it stored them and saved them.
Exactly.
Having a system for actually configuring that made sense and whatever, that's all great and whatever.
And-
But if I got to redo it every patch,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know, he knows.
Saving them, cloud save across machines would be great, right?
Cloud saves.
Yeah, exactly.
talk dirty to me, Benoit.
Don't talk dirty to me, Benoit. Yeah.
I mean, it's the kind of thing where like
Not everybody has VR, and we got that, Space Asteroid. In fact, that's like less people have VR than flight sims. You think? I know some data points.
I do maintain a couple of rigs at CIG, and people are always changing bindings. But the problem is, I can't reapply my bindings because it's not the system anyway.
So there are sim pits in the office. There's sim pits in just about every office at this point, aren't there?
Yes.
Yeah. And Benoit is as if he didn't have enough to do. It's his little pet project. He's intricately involved in them. It's every time I come by and he's at a sim pit, I'm like, you have more important things to do. He's like, and it's always like, somebody change my bindings. Sorry, Pete. I needed the emphasis on it. It's just the number of times I've walked past this man who it's just like, so
I know.
yes.
I mean, it's because Yogi and I always are fighting against what the best binding is. Mine is clearly better, but So we've decided that at some point we'll just fix the binding system so that we don't have to argue. Just load the one you want.
And you had a second one.
So my second one for inside the game is that I've always found in general like like mission chains is a thing that I feel our gameplay is always one dimensional, right? Like you do a thing, you finish it. Missions, I know of things, right? I know we're working on an updated mission system.
You're talking about the limitations of the existing missions.
The
You're not talking
limitations.
about the quality of the work of the people that are working on these
No.
things.
Yeah.
You're talking about the tools that they have
Correct.
to work
The system around it doesn't allow us to do these massive quest chains, right? And I think that for me would be a huge quality of life because you could go onto a long adventure that takes you across multiple things. And so,
with. Elliot Maltby was about to be on the corner of the building.
I know
with
he's
a high-powered
calling
rifle.
me right now.
You're talking about the tools that our mission
To enable
team has
these
available.
guys. Exactly. So I know we are working on an updated way to make missions that is a lot more scalable.
It's
for
just
that.
look at the
And
way
for
that
me,
Jarrett
that's
looks
like
at
a big
you.
quality of life because I feel you can go on a longer adventure
And
I
stare
think that's
deep
a
into
big
your
quality of
soul.
life overall.
Okay. I think I know that's one that a lot of people would comment on. I mean, what they're doing within the tool set that they've had for so long.
Yeah.
I think we should talk about a little bit of why that, well, maybe not why,
Sure.
but we can acknowledge that the tool set that was originally developed was not robust enough. It was not in line with the directions of a proper MMO.
Right.
It's no. I'm trying to decide how candid I want to be here and whatnot. It's a mission system. It's a mission system that can't give you a reward for doing something. Like we built the first version of the mission system where you do a thing, you achieve a goal,
You get paid.
and we can't hand you a thing.
Right.
And that it's. I'll just use that simple example as a coloring of the limitations of the existing mission system. For however that was built and why that was built and who that was built and everything, we've made changes internally to fix it. We've made changes internally to adjust it, to replace it. It's currently underway. What they've managed to do with the limitations has been stellar. I was just seeing stats about the event that's on right now. The event that's on right now, built with the existing system, built with the limitations, has our highest concurrency in the last 2 years outside of an Invictus or an IAE. So it's like they're doing tremendous work.
Yes.
They're doing tremendous work with the tools that they have.
Yes.
We've got to unlock those tools.
That's exactly right.
We've got to
It's
unlock
exactly,
the tools for them.
That's for me. That's the quality of life update.
Because if they can do this with that,
Yeah.
imagine what they could do if they could actually chain these things together and segment them off and have one continue after another. And
So mission
and so like
refactor.
Exactly.
Yes.
And tie into reputation, economy, so that it actually is one big loop, right? Cool.
now that I've saved your life from LA Mall be killing you. Let's talk about some features currently in development.
Sure.
Crafting.
Yay.
Tech preview just happened recently. How's that going?
Good, actually. I mean, I don't want to say surprisingly good because the team did amazing work on it, but it's been going super well. I mean, there's a lot of work left, right? But I think that we got what we needed from the tech preview, and it wasn't a complete meltdown, which is always a good thing. But the team is working really hard to try to hit potentially a patch soon with crafting, which I really believe that crafting is such a big step for Star Citizen as a whole. It's just it will be a different game with the crafting system in place. And
Yeah, we'll actually be doing stuff without
the work that
missions.
those teams are doing right now to bring this to life.
I
is
want to make a
incredible.
thing. I just go out and
I think
make
that
it.
we're leveraging the technology that
Farm
we
the
have
stuff to get it,
be
build
able
it.
to create runtime items with different, properties and things like that. And so far, the first tech preview has been surprisingly solid and a success.
I think I have access
now
to it. It's
we're
an
writing the
Evo patch.
code
I should have
to
access to it, but
try to
been
see
busy.
for a launch window for crafting.
And you
I should
can't
check
have
it out,
crafting
see how it
without the
works in
inventory
VR.
rework.
Correct. That's right.
And that we I rarely ask a question I don't know the answer to already. The inventory rework is in the same tech preview, right?
yeah, base building
I don't
has to
think
be
it
first,
was.
or
I don't think it
crafting
If you
first,
can't-
then you get base
so
building.
You can't have crafting without the inventory rework, but the tech preview for crafting doesn't have.
Technically, you can. They can be.
it would just be really bad.
Exactly. It's more from a game design point of view.
Inventory
But
rework and UI
the inventory
rework.
work is going really well. I mean, some of the people have been reposting screens recently on the original concept, right? That was shown. I mean, it's starting to look like that, so that's really good.
Oh, good.
When does that go into tech preview?
We're hoping.
Yeah, when do
very
we get
soon,
that?
Because at this point, every version that I've seen is fully functional, and so we just really want to solve one thing. This is one, and you say quality of life. Like if I have a third one to add to my list, right? The speed of rendering of icons in the inventory, right? And so, like right now, you open your inventory, and there's always a moment where it's rendering RTT, like the render to texture icons for each of those. Now, in case you don't know, this is a full 3D scene that gets rendered flat right there. Like we have versions of this in previous concepts where it's full 3D. It's super nice, but
Takes forever to load.
the user experience is not great, right? And no
I can
matter
see
the
that in
amount of work
VR.
we're going to put on the UI and the functionality of inventory, the speed of the UI.
Past 2 months
really
now.
a
It's
thing
fucking
we
end of the
need to
year,
improve.
beginning
So
of the
that's
year.
part
Never
we're
gets
still
improved during
iterating
then.
on. Now we've done massive.
They put out the
improvements, but
biggest
there's still-
content patch, go home for holidays, and then
we need to
finally
dial
fix
that
it in March.
because that's the part we really want to solve.
But you feel good about it.
I feel good about it. Yeah, absolutely.
You feel good enough to say 4.7 in March?
I think so.
Don't put the camera when he says that, you got to put the camera on him. No, you look at the camera. You say inventory.
I think inventory is going to be in 4.7. I think so.
Okay.
You're going to put the small text after this, right?
The small
This is live, baby. No small text. And so
No,
if
give us
inventory
the rework,
is 4.7,
please.
I'm not going to push you on crafting. It's a super complicated thing or whatever. But
Yeah, crafting
The teams
in
are working
August,
really hard
base building
for
in
that one,
December.
if they can make it.
Get the Squadron 42
that
release
launch
to be the focus of the end of the
Pushing really hard for
year.
that launch window.
Get us
you're pushing,
inventory and crafting now.
you're pushing really hard to get crafting in 4.7
Yes.
in March.
Oh, crafting now.
No promises.
No, pushing hard is fair. Pushing hard is fair, and it's in line with what I've seen.
Yeah.
I've seen. So I won't correct you on that or whatever.
And we don't know
you're
what
being-
surprises are ahead. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
So keep tech previewing.
Keep tech previewing, exactly.
Yep. And for your part, keep logging into the tech previews and keep testing.
Yes.
I cannot stress this enough. The more involved folks are in those things, the more likely we are to be able to deliver them.
And the feedback
working.
is really key. Yeah.
Most of the feedback's okay. Some of it's trash, to be completely honest. Small amount of it. It's just what? Hey,
It is what it is.
hey. Canada goes both ways. How's instancing going?
Yeah.
Very good, actually. We actually had a summit this week about instancing,
Ooh.
about getting all of the levels set up to support it. At this point, so maybe I can do a quick recap on what we've discussed in instancing before. So we talked about server meshing, right? So
I sorted for like
instancing
3
is
hours the other
basically
day on
an
stream.
additional system on top of server meshing, which allows us to take an area of space and give it to a server in the mesh to manage, right? Doesn't matter which one. The geographical, if I want, the spatial position of this thing doesn't matter, right? So for example, when you go to your hangar right now, that is an instance, right? So what we're doing is we're taking this system that manages and we're making a true instance manager with it. So we currently have the backend service completed for this. And so what that provides is the mechanism for creating an instance that that is associated with you or your party, and having rules for how many this instance is made for, how many players, enforcing player caps and party caps for that instance,
So like
managing
dungeons.
the life cycle of the instance. So hey, we want go back to my WoW days. Maybe that's dated now, but like your Molten Core instance lives for 10 days, right? So the instance manager is in charge of doing that. So that system's in place now. And so the teams are currently working at how the entrance to the instance is going to work, right? So, well, we know how it's going to work, but like how it ties into level. So level designers put in, an entranceway.
Right.
At what point are you crossing the boundary? What brings you to the instance? What brings you out? Transport is a requirement for instancing. So it just ties into all the discussion we just had. Like transit cannot bring you to an instance, but transport can.
Okay.
So basically we want to power that up there. So you can imagine an area of space that you walk into through a SAS or an elevator or a transit train. And when you come out, you're in the instance, but you don't even see
You never see the loading screen.
demarcations. Exactly. Now you're inside the instance, you play inside the instance, you can gather items, inventories, whatever, boss fights, etc. And then you can exit through another transit link, and that's it, you're back in the world.
So if we do this right, you should never be aware that you're doing it. We might have to put some kind of indicator on there because of like raid locks or whatever. We talked about municipal works, and like this. So there might have to be some UI stuff that to tell you to.
Yeah, some screens will show you like, oh, you can't enter this because
But from
cap or
an
something like that.
experience, we're not. It's There's no load screen. There's no,
Nice.
hold on, please wait. We're transferring you to,
Right.
you know, whatever.
Yeah, there's
Like,
no portal that you
you're gonna
walk into
go
that's
and
visible
suddenly
with a load screen
the world
after it.
around you is going to melt away, and you will be in a section of the universe that is dedicated entirely to you and your party.
Exactly.
Nice.
To play it, right? And then, we're also talking about at the moment how the instance manager responds to the mission system, because we might want to be able to change what level you're going into when you pass the threshold or things like that. And so, or the access rights, right? So if you think back, man, I keep going back to WoW. This sucks, but whatever.
No, I do
In the
too.
good old WoW days, you need.
I mean, like, what else? Like, you might not like it, but this is what peak MMO performance looks like. Nobody's comparing shit to fucking Guild Wars or, Final Fantasy, despite them being awesome games in their own right. Everybody compares every design to fucking WoW.
To do lower Blackrock Spire, and at some point, someone has a key. That's the requirement that.
Oh, don't get me started on Blackrock Depths, man. But yeah, get your LBRS run so that you could fucking maybe get a upper Blackrock Spire run, get the beast. My buddy, the only person who could fucking skin the hide of the beast, right? He skins it, it drops the hide, right? And he fucking ninjas it, gets kicked from the party, the whole fucking server, like, infamous. It's like, no, I don't think anybody gonna get to roll on this. I'm just gonna take it. And he ninja'd the hide of the beast.
Upper Blackrock Spire. Yeah. Well, we're thinking about mechanics in that vein that allow the mission system to lock or unlock or the access rights to an instance. And so all of this is currently being managed, but it's going really well. Most of the networking capabilities that we needed.
Give me a key ring if we're doing that too. If we're talking about WoW and designs, give me a key ring. It took them a while for them to add the key ring.
Have been added already. So one of them is that currently when you go to your instance, the way the server actually tracks that is we put a flag on your character that enables you to stream in your hangar and actually view your hangar when you go there. And we remove that flag when you leave it or when you go elsewhere when the hangar is removed. And so in the code up to now, we only had the ability for a single one of those on your character. So we can only give you access to one instance. But we need to be able to give you access to multiple instances, because we might have areas of transit that cross like one instance to another instance, things like that. We're going a bit deep with this, but at the moment those mechanics are ready, so the networking bit is done. So now we're really about crafting the first experience that we want to do with instancing.
And the first instance content will be Siege of Orison. We announced that.
Redux.
Siege of Origin Redux. Ooh, c'est en France.
Yeah.
Right. That's scheduled to come online. We talked about it during Citizencon Direct. That's one of the content drops that are scheduled for this year.
Yeah.
Basically everything you should, we've been talking more about a schedule than I probably intended at the beginning of this thing. But everything you saw
talk about stuff.
Sorry, everything that you saw at Citizencon Direct last year is scheduled for 2026.
Yep.
So, and we announced at the beginning of the year with the first ISC that we've now moved to a bi-monthly. That's once every 2 months for those who like homonyms. I'm not above recycling a joke. Content thing. So if you know the first one was in January. We've already stated the second one's in March. The third one will be in May. There's always a patch in May for very important reasons. So forth and so forth.
Siege of Orison is going to be sick.
When you look at the content for Citizencon Direct, you can sort of start to reverse engineer where things go. I'm not going to tell you. I'm saying you've got the tools. You've got the tools. You can pretty much kind of gather where everything is going to be. And I'd like to see your schedules. And that's just content. That's just the content stuff, because that's really what we talked about at Citizen.
I can tell you, like, from being with the team this week, working on instancing, everybody's like super stoked. Like it's like the energy is really high on like, oh man, how you enter it, how you exit it, what gameplay is going to be in it. There's also a big piece of this, which is like some designers, in this case, can design an experience that is repeatable. Most of the content we've produced this year was, there's a PvE experience for it, but it's fundamentally in a PvP zone. So that is giving them those tools to make something that's fun and repeatable as an experience. And
We like that.
I just the energy is really good.
Repeatable, doable,
Chad's
over
like,
and over.
Squadron 42, whatever. I ain't talking about Squadron 42. I made one very plain-spoken, reasonable comment about Squadron 42 the last time we got together, and it got press articles. So I ain't saying nothing. I'm talking about Star Citizen. Star Citizen. Star Citizen.
Where we at?
I want to inject something.
Inject.
I want to inject something.
Okay, let's go.
Something we haven't talked about. It came from the chat. It came from the chat. Regional servers.
Yeah.
Regional servers. We have never had a conversation
About
in
regions.
any way,
Sure.
shape, or form about regional servers. It was there in the chat and whatnot. I think I'm going to put you on the spot.
What are they asking?
It just says regional servers when. Just what can we do to help the people who play in the various regions of the world
Sure.
have a better experience? Is that the answer? Is regional? I guess what I'm asking is regional servers the answer, or is there or are we going towards something else different that I've literally never asked you about?
Well, I don't know in this case if they're asking for what I think they are, but let's talk about regions.
Okay.
So we already have regions, right? So when you play the game, you can pick one of the global availability regions.
It's one of 4 regions that will definitely easily place you into the nearest node with low latency. What? There's different parts of the world? More than 4? I don't believe that. Put them in 4.
That we service. So obviously the US, North America is one. The Europe is one. We have East Asia, Australia. I forget the other ones. But I think we have
Oceania.
another one. So typically we look at user data, right? And if an area reaches critical mass, right, at some
Yeah,
point,
we got regions at home.
then it's worth it to deploy shards there. So and have shards hosted in that region. So we do it like between US and EU. Obviously, they share our common backend. So your inventory system is hosted in one central area, but then the actual game servers you're playing on for latency reasons is going to be closer to your area right now. We are revisiting our region kind of distribution for
It wasn't
a
on
couple regions.
fiber?
Like we've done some pretty long.
This guy who had to fucking downgrade just so Twitch would work. You're welcome, assholes. Getting to watch this.
Large, without naming any details here, but we're in the process of doing some pretty large migrations. In how we host the game. So there's, even if it's a bit transparent, there is a lot of changes happening there. And so we are revisiting our region map kind of at the moment. But typically the way that we've done this is we look at player data, and if we reach critical mass in an area, then it's worth it to start deploying some shards there.
Congrats.
But it needs to be more than
It
one.
got worse.
Right? Because deploying one shard in one area is problematic because there are cases where a shard goes into trouble for some reason, and before a hotfix actually deploy, that shard is no longer usable. So we need to have, it needs a
proper
critical
cluster,
mass to be able to go there. Yeah, exactly, a proper cluster size to be able to get there.
And the short version of that is you're currently undergoing conversations about where.
Yeah, we're looking at that because we've done some changes, so we have access to more regions than we used to. So we're looking at that, but I can't promise any changes. Again, it's completely based on player using the service.
So during the keybind use conversation, every once in a while I'll check Teams just to see if I still have a job during the shows. Which is another joke I get accused of making quite often and repeatedly, but it isn't a joke. I really do scroll and check. Jeffrey Prees, I added an R there. Bearded
CIG?
Didn't mean to add a.
What did Bearded CIG say?
He sent me a Jira for key bindings. Exporting custom key binds to XML doesn't export all settings.
2013 or what?
But he's just sending me Jiras now. I don't know what you think I'm going to do with this, Bearded, but thank you. Thanks for watching.
Thanks, Bearded.
Thanks, Bearded. I haven't talked to Jeff in a while.
That's actually a guy we should talk about if we were going to reevaluate regions. Maybe get him on the show next.
You want to talk about Jeff? Let's talk about Jeff. He can't do anything about it. We know he's watching.
Yeah, that's right.
So what do you think he's hiding behind that beard?
I don't know.
Candy.
We're in the final stretch. We're in the final stretch. We only have a handful of topics.
He does have a big beard. That's not a joke. He's not called bearded for anything. VR. VR kind of came out of. I mean, it's one of those things we've been talking about. We talk about it here.
Here we are. Virtual reality. Finally. An hour and a half into it. All right. So this is what you guys all wanted to see. Keybind rework, and for the love of God, don't go deleting critical keybinds. I hope we just get the ability to have more than one keybind. Like, you know, a second set of keybinds. So we can have an alternate key. Yeah, he said BR. I thought Battle Royale, Battle Rifle. I guess we did get the P8.
There.
All right,
Yeah, I mean,
VR. Here we go.
Let's be real. We've talked about a lot of things over the years. I mean, we've talked about a lot of things.
I mean, we used to have VR in 2014.
Yes.
I say a bit air quotes. Air quotes.
That's like saying I'm a baseball player because I've played. I played a couple of Little League games.
It worked in the hanger module. Yeah.
Let's look out for
A
that.
long time ago.
A long time ago.
I think it was Oculus Dev Kit 1.
Yeah.
Is what was supported at the time.
Yes.
Anyway.
And I used it for 45 minutes and ended up in the fetal position for the next 3 hours.
The DK1. Wow. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Long time.
VR is not for me. I want to preface this by saying VR is not for me. But it's for a lot of people.
That's a
For a lot of
shame.
people. And at the end of last year, surprise, a not a fully blown or fully cooked, fully developed feature like we would normally refer to them. Some how do we refer to it? An experimental
There you go.
feature.
Not tier
of
0.
VR.
Yeah.
Where did this come from? What's going on? And do it without saying the word Santa Sylvan.
No, sure. Yeah. Well,
Do it
so
without saying Sylvan's name, lest we summon his presence.
there are a lot of developers at CIG that really like immersive experience and work, right? And so there's a contingent of developers, also one specific one that have been really trying to get the Star Engine to properly support VR. And so, as an experiment and to build that, these guys and Sylvan in specific has been really pushing hard to try to get Star Engine to work in VR. Experimented with multiple different approaches, over the last couple of months. Settled on the OpenXR approach, and was actually able, through his own passion and then support from his other colleagues, right, to get stuff fixed so that we could support VR in specific cases. And so that's how we decided at some point, hey, you know what, like this is actually pretty cool, let's release it, right? Like we have a unique chance at CIG to be able to work on a custom engine and working on custom technology. And so encouraging that effort, we decided to release an experimental mode to see, hey, let's see if people like it. And I mean, the response has been pretty impressive overall.
Oh, has it?
I think that it's the results that we're able to get in VR are a testament to some of the decisions over the years that were taken and how the game has been made. And so
It's basically built ground up foundation wise to be ready for VR when they pulled the trigger on it. Everything about physicalized everything, about way the camera rigging is from the eyes and not from the gun. The gun shoots bullets, it doesn't shoot out of your chest. All of this, the fucking moving from third person to first person, back and like all of it. Someone somewhere at all points in times was like, needs to be able to do VR stuff. Now, some things can't, but most things can.
So there's a lot of little things that just shine when you now put the VR headset on.
Yes.
That, maybe if you're playing just on a PC, you're not going to appreciate as much. But
So many things you never notice. Or would care to ever notice.
Nicole Chris Roberts here, but Chris, always insisted on, taking the difficult approaches to build certain features, right? there's a lot of things that
We're
you're
really
like,
interested
oh,
in-
we could have done simpler on this one. Oh, but we did the hard road and we actually delivered it. And so now when you put the VR headset on, well, you've got reverse IK in the seat, right? And it's like, and it's the kind of thing that now all these decisions have
what?
right? And it's like, and it's it. And so now when you put the VR headset on, well, you've got reverse IK in the seat, right? And
Reverse IK in the seat, inverse kinetics, I guess.
it's
Yeah.
like, and it's the kind of thing that now all these decisions have paid off in this VR.
It's a pain in the ass in 2017.
Yeah.
When poor Evo was
Sure.
was on it,
100%.
and now so many years later, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
that part was plug and play
Yeah,
because of it.
yeah, and I mean even internally, the arrival of VR even before the experimental mode was shipped was, tremendous. Like I spent, a couple of hours here around our VR rigs next to my sim rigs with the ship team going like, oh, I want to see my ship in VR. Let's go. And then because designing for VR is a bit different. Like sense of space changes and whatever. So that's really truly an experimental mode that we've been pushing. Obviously, there's a lot more people around Sylvain to help him out and get this there.
He's got a team.
I think that this is a testament to kind of the technical.
And also using VR to design as well. I think that's going to be the biggest. Like the ship team using VR is going to be incredible.
Framework that we have at CIG that allows that kind of effort to not go unnoticed and kind of show up in the game.
Chat's currently arguing about whether VR is a low priority or high priority and stuff like this.
The priority at this point doesn't matter because
It's there.
It's an experimental mode.
Yep.
It's a bit like eye tracking. It's a bit like all of these side projects, right? Like head tracking, eye tracking.
It's not an
Void,
initiative on the same scale as the inventory rework or as crafting.
Exactly.
It's not a full initiative.
Correct.
It has not taken a priority over
Absolutely
something
not.
else.
Exactly.
Well, Lord forbid somebody working their free time to give us something kind of fun and nice, right? Like everybody's complaining about how it's going to take away developer resources, and I don't have VR. Why should they blah blah blah? And they do this and not my thing. And I'm just happy that we get it before 1.0. I'll be making that absolutely clear. But at the same time, yeah. What if they just did it in their free time? Well, you still bitching then? Yeah.
I've only got a couple more questions for you, and they're kind of the big ones. And yes, people, it's about the thing that you want us to talk about. We're saving it for the end. I've been doing this for a while. But I want to take a few questions from the chat right now before we get to it, because we're actually doing okay on time here.
All right.
Is the inventory rework, is it just UI, or will it actually apply any additional functionality to stacking and unstacking and stuff like that?
And
There's additional functionality.
deleting
but
all.
Obviously, the big of the groundwork was the UI, usability. But if you look at the mock-ups, right, you also see equipment. So it's not just inventory; it's actually equipment plus assignment on your character. So the paper doll approach. There's also some other elements like
Can it
proximity
please not be a
inventories that are
fucking?
part of it.
Can it please not be a fucking list and a grid at the same time? Can it be just a functional grid or a list
that, which are
and not both, which is literally the worst of the two combined? The current inventory system is such garbage. You lift up an item, every single thing shifts because it's a list. Also, it's a grid. So the grid functionality sucks. The list functionality sucks.
Hello there.
It's horrible.
pretty large functionality-wise, and I think will have an impact. So it's not just UI. There's a lot more client architecture also. The way the UI pulls the data, caches the data, and displays it.
More Twitch drops. There will be more Twitch drops this year.
Nice.
Already in that. Yes to medical. Why didn't Levski mold situation have us rescuing NPCs with medical ships? We'll talk about that in 2 weeks when we've got Elliot and Torsten on the show here. We'll talk about that whole event and stuff. So we'll save that question for them so they can speak about their own work. When Nix won this year.
Yeah.
That's something that got me in trouble. One thing I hope, and I got articles. CIG spokesperson says he hopes this will be whatever. I'm like, oh yeah. Let's see. There's one more. There was one more. I can't find it. There was one more question I want to sneak in before the questions that are already on here. All right. This section is called Final hot seat stuff.
Oh boy.
I just read final hot stuff.
You missed a word. Things that are happening in the game today. Economy exploits. Economy exploits, and if you're watching the show and you're wondering why I'm talking about economy exploits, it's because I'm going to get to the next question that you've got, the question you've had the whole time. So,
Yeah.
Wipe.
let's talk about the economy
I'll
exploits.
wipe my own ass.
What's happening?
There are exploits.
Be better.
Be better.
Well, so in terms of the economy in general, right? There's a couple. I think we're up to 7 or 8 right now. So first of all, we have a strike team on this at the moment, right? Looking at all these different things. There's a couple of ways in which there's been potentially duping, ways to earn rewards they're not supposed to
I
have.
think we're beyond potentially.
No. Well, yeah.
Okay, fair.
And so we're looking at all these exploit vectors, right, to fix them. Obviously, that needs to be prioritized. The big conversation that was spawned from that is like, we're a game in development, but we're also delivering a live service, right? And so we don't have a framework for this. In that internally, when we get exploit reports, we don't necessarily automatically prioritize them. So the conversation that was spawned was like, okay, well, there are going to be exploits, right? Every game has a series of exploits for its entirety of its life, right? No game has no exploits. And so the question is more, how do you respond for it, right? And so historically, exploits have always taken a lower priority to ongoing development, right?
I'm going to jump in. You're 10 switching between past and present here. I want to be clear. You're talking about the past right now.
The past.
He's 10 switching a couple of times. It makes it sound like he's talking about today.
No.
It's like this. We're talking about the past, guys.
So in the past, right, exploits would fall. There'd be bugs like any other, right? Depending on the severity, sometimes they got escalated, but we didn't have a process for this. So now the conversation is about when we do get an exploit report, how do we deal with it? Like, how do we escalate it? How do we respond to it? How do we deal with it, right? And so for the current ongoing exploits that we know about that have a damaging effect on the economy, currently we're dealing with them the same way we've dealt with the other hero strike teams. And so we're looking at each one of them and confirming the fixes, right? Because sometimes, you fix an exploit, there's a second vector right away. So those are complicated fixes sometimes. So we're dealing with these things right away. But the big thing that also this puts in light is that even a minor exploit at the moment has a very large effect on the economy because there are many limits that are not in place. And so at the moment, we're also looking at overall economy design and limits around, selling, inventory capacity, exchange limits, ongoing active tracking of player trades and or large purchases, things like that. Now we want to make clear that we want the economy to be fun and movable, but we also need some protectionism behind it. And so that's what we're looking at the moment. Now I don't have all the solutions. I didn't write them down or show them out, but this is the spirit that we're in at the moment on these economy exploits.
So they're talking about it.
You're being very diplomatic about something. I want to point out some of the struggle with talking about this.
Yeah.
RMT.
We can't
Tell you how we're going to fix it.
We can't tell you we can't tell people what we're doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because every single
word that they give away about their plans is, entire meetings and developments for industries that exist because of these exploits. I'll put it that way.
Let's back this up a bit. So an exploit exists. Whatever timeline you want, we'll just make it simple. We'll make it real simple and do days for the point of conversation here. Exploit exists on day 0. On day 1, it comes to our attention. By day 2, we figured out.
You have to pay those,
we figured out what's causing it. We cause it. On day 3, we could fix it potentially, depending on the severity of the link. But we don't automatically do that, like, because there's stuff to be learned by leaving it. In certain cases, we find more information out about who's doing it. We find where it's coming from. About other vectors, we found like any bug. Okay, we found this cause, but sometimes there's 5 other causes for every bug. So you find this cause of an exploit, but maybe there's 4 other causes for that same exploit. And if we patch this one up right now, we may hide the other ones and we won't discover them for much, much later. And so like this. There's this incredible dance that I get to sit here and watch. Sure. You know, I get to sit here and watch you guys do. Occasionally, I speak up with a thing, and you're very kind to humor me here and there from time to time. But I get to watch you and the player experience team and your programmers and everybody involved do this amazing dance of finding these things and researching these things and working out how they happen. And we can't. It's one of those things, we come here on a show and I want to talk about it. We were talking about this last night, but we can't go through all the methodologies. No. We can't discuss all the solutions, because then knowledge is power. And if they know what we're doing, then they can run around it. It's this incredible dance that is frustrating, and it can often look like we're sitting on our hands doing absolutely nothing.
So we have this 5-minute spiel where we say that we can't say what we're doing.
Frustrating side effect of the proper way to do this.
Yeah, well, every time it touches security, anti-cheat, economy, exploits, it falls in that. Yeah. It's going to fall into that area where we can't be as transparent as we'd like to be. And
they're saying it in chat now, and they're not wrong. Like cheats and exploits have sunk so many games. Yeah. We have to get a hold on them. We have to get a handle on them. We have to fix them and whatnot. And again, but it's this dance. It can't always be right away.
Correct.
It can't. At least that's one of the things that Alpha affords us. We take the time to make sure that we do it right. Take the time to make sure we research. Take the time that we're actually finding all the bad actors and blah blah blah. It's just at the same time, it's annoying because you want to go to Reddit, you want to go to Spectrum, you want to go to Twitter or whatnot, and just scream, "We're on it, we're doing it," whatever. But you can't tip your hat anything. You can't. It's because every.
Well, I put my eyes emoji sometimes on stuff on Spectrum, just
you can't say we're actively chasing this one, because then the people are using it scatter and we don't find them and stuff like this.
Exactly.
So it's one of the hardest aspects of game development communication, especially for a project like us that prides itself on being as open as we are. You know, people will be like, open development, I can't believe you're not telling us. That doesn't mean it's open. I'm like, open development means we're more open than any other company in the history of the medium. It doesn't mean we share every single thing, every single moment, the minute it comes out. I do sometimes, and I get in trouble. But it's really difficult.
It's a difficult balancing act for sure.
It's terrible because there's been so many moments when I want to go out and scream, "We got this! We're on it! We're doing this! It's fixed!" But we just can't. You can't, because it makes it harder. It makes it harder to do.
Well, yeah, and you're gonna miss things. That's the main thing.
But
hey, can we flip seats for a second? Because you just grilled me for what? How long have we been going for now?
Almost 2 hours.
Yeah. I have one question that I want to switch seats for. You ready for it?
You want to ask me a question?
I want to ask you a question. I want to grill you on one, at least one.
I can see you looking at your laptop like you got notes. All right. What do you?
I have my note question right here.
What do you have for me, Manuel?
So, is the battle cruiser actually happening? Is that thing actually going?
Whiplash. Just whiplash. What does that have to do with anything?
Whiplash. Let's go.
Let me see if I'm being yelled at already.
Yeah, check this out. Do 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 do.
I am not.
What are you doing, Jared?
I am not actively being yelled at.
Good.
Hello there.
Yes, the battle cruiser is coming.
Yes.
It's a tried and true manufacturer.
Drake.
It's not one of these new hotness manufacturers. It's one of the older manufacturers of Verse. And it sure, and I did say this last time, so this is not new information. The manufacturer thing is new information, but our big giant military combat themed event that we do every year around May is probably a pretty good time to expect it. And
It's either like
it will be
Aegis or Drake
and as
Battle.
we said before, it will be it is our intention to make it the last concept we do. We made it through 2025 without a concept, without a single concept promotion. We do not have a single concept promotion scheduled for 2026. Other than this battlecruiser, we don't have a single concept promotion scheduled for 2027. This will be the last one. It's an old Kickstarter thing.
I say it's the last list of the Kickstarters. Yeah.
It's happening. It's happening. We're going forward. I'm not going to tell you anything more about it now.
I was about to say, it's probably Aegis, Anvil, or Drake. Everybody wants it to be Drake, but I think with the Kraken and the
You got
Ironclad,
anything more?
it's going to have to be Aegis.
Get your one out.
Is it big?
It's very big. It's very,
Oh, fuck.
very, very big.
It's not Drake then.
That's all I got.
That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. So just sneak it right in there. Just piece of shit.
You piece of shit.
That's my one for the show. All right, then fine. Wipe.
And Gold
Like,
We were
Cruiser.
doing so good.
Wipe. I held them off. Wipe.
Right. So, okay. We're
Wipe.
not planning a wipe. We're planning.
Good night, everybody.
We're planning. We're.
Yeah. No
so
wipe.
we're,
All right,
we're
goodbye.
looking at targeted
Hello there.
actions.
Ooh.
Right? But we're not looking at a wipe for the moment.
Targeted actions on
We want
suspicious
to keep on
users.
rolling. First of all, there's a lot of some of the work we've discussed. Obviously, I can't share the details of what we're doing, but that needs to be completed. So for now, we're not intending a full blanket wipe at all.
No, this goes back to what we were saying before about the biggest quality of life thing. All this work going in to long-term persistence and to item recovery V1 and stuff. It's about and the freight elevator. It's about making sure you keep your stuff.
Yeah.
Making sure you keep your stuff. Making sure you keep your stuff. Making sure you keep your stuff. So we've got tools. We've got logs. We've got
A lot of logs.
we got a lot of logs. We got a lot of
logs.
information. A lot of information. So it is our intention to do a targeted correction
Correct.
to those areas that
Are
need it,
problematic. For that needed.
and preserve as much of the gotten gains of the everyday
Hello there.
Star Citizen as possible.
Exactly.
So no blanket wipe.
That's right.
Yay.
Okay.
That's nice. Hopefully the targeting is
So we've
good.
answered that. That's done.
Because I'll admit, somebody sent me a fucking billion credits. I didn't ask for it. Streamer problems. So yeah, now money isn't an issue for me and the PU. Wait, what did you say?
Okay.
Cool. So we've answered that. That's done.
Never done.
What else you got?
Just hit me with a battle cruiser. Oh, I got a message. Hold on. Where is it? I skipped at it. Was the battle cruiser mentioned in SCL just now planned? Lol.
Lol.
Planned by somebody.
Whoa.
Yeah, that finger is just, oh now, where's that finger going?
All right. No comments. No comments about the size other than it's big.
Cool.
It's big. It's just big and it's cool and it is so damn cool.
It's gonna be like a $3,000
All right,
ship.
That's it. Oh
Cool.
no.
Yeah.
One last question.
Yeah.
Tell me something we don't know about. Tell me something we should be excited about that we're not currently excited about. Give us something nobody's expecting.
That's hard. You're putting me on the spot now.
I'm putting you on the spot, Mister. Is the battle cruiser coming?
Okay. Well, one thing we didn't talk about in detail that I could give background info on is Genesis
Okay.
and next
Planet-
one. Right.
Planetary tech?
So I mean, we're obviously working on this. That's no surprise to anyone. But the one thing that I'm excited about is that we've kind of conjoined development on 3 separate things in order to ship the best Nix experience that we could offer, right? And so obviously Genesis is part of that, and the Planet Tech that's behind it. But also the Starchitect work. And so for those who don't know, Starchitect is a way for us to be smarter about building planets and the human populations that are on them. So settlements, buildings, distro centers, LZs, name it, right? So historically, we've placed that by hand. And so Starchitect is a way for us to give designers control over the planetary scale of how these are distributed. And it's a fairly fundamental change to how the game is made. And the third one is what we call the population control / population manager. So currently you have AIs in the game, right, that are sometimes hand placed, sometimes dynamically spawned. We've talked about
spawn like a
gazillion
just hitting a
times.
spawn
Yeah, sometimes
button.
just millions of them.
That's which is my biggest pet peeve, by the way. If you
Apologies
wanna,
to
that's my trigger
crackheads.
point. If you want to trigger me in a meeting, just tell me there's another overspawn issue. But anyway, so population management and control is a third component.
Population cull.
I'm excited about this because as we're working towards Nix 1, we're aligning all those 3 things into one strike team to deliver that together. So I'm excited about that because those are like 3 major development pieces that Star Citizen needs to scale that we're bringing in together. So for pop control, instead of having all these either hand-placed or dynamically spawned AIs in key areas, that's a system that will basically manage the server capacity of AI agents to be able to distribute them at the right place, but also spawn the right AIs for the right jobs, manage the priority of these spawn requests, all that stuff. And so it's such a much more scalable system that will allow us to really like build up a dense universe than we've had before. So I'm excited about the fact that those 3 projects are part of the same kind of drive at the moment. That's the first thing I would say that you guys don't know about that we're going to bring together. The second one, I mean, there are some hints of this in the game already. So if, I know some of the techies look into the game client, try to find some stuff. I'm not going to go into more details about this, but you know, we talked about sim rigs. We talked about, you know, how the experience in the sim rig is. So VR is a great thing if you have a sim rig, right? Obviously,
I do.
having the headset on is such a more dense experience. We're also working at improving our peripheral support, so being able to feed information, non-damaging information to peripheral manufacturers, so be able to enable them to make custom Star Citizen experience for the sim rigs.
Hey.
And also we're looking at, we're currently in the process of looking at motion and motion platform support for the game. And so I think that's something we haven't talked about specifically, but I'm mega excited about it because
Opening up the API.
Opening up that.
I was about to say, that's API
opening
shit.
up basically the motion systems to be able to leverage that, you know. On
It's like the butt
key
kicker,
elements. So I think that's something that I'm super
hydraulics.
excited about because that's just another level.
There's that new Corsair keyboard that's got the Stream Deck built into it and
That's
stuff
cool.
like that, and like this.
Yep. I was looking at that the
Those
other
would
day.
be my
Okay.
two.
Anything for player facing for in game?
Something new.
Something. I know about something. I'm treating this like it's a big thing. It's not. We just did the big thing, but
Yeah, I know, right? I was thinking about Neo.
Oh, yeah.
changes
Well,
to spawning.
Well, so we talked about spawn in the hangar, right? And so to build spawning hangar, we had to build a new workflow, right? To be able to determine, can we spawn you there? Is there a requirement for you spawning there, right? So the requirement in the case of spawn in hangar is your hangar spawned, right? That's also extended to ships, right? But what we're trying to achieve, now I'm not promising this anywhere, but is spawn in place. And so we're trying to extend that workflow for spawn in place so that, you know, you just log in the game and you spawn where you were. And so that's something that we're passionate about and we're trying to get in there. So
Yeah. Log in, log
in,
out,
bam on it.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Not a, you know, you have a bed in a ship, you haven't, you don't have a bed in a ship, you just wherever you are, get out,
Correct.
get back in, come back right there.
Yeah. Surface of a planet.
That would be great.
Spawn in place.
Yep.
As long as you can still spawn there. That's right.
Yep.
There's going to be rules and limitations, but we're looking into that. That is also a big change for the game to me.
Yes.
That's a huge, huge change.
Just,
Cool. I'm happy you raised that up. I was going to forget about it.
I got you, baby. All right, and at that, we managed, it's 4:57, we're right there at the
Hey, right on time. Crazy.
What do they say at the end of Hot Ones? You know, tell everybody give everybody your socials, tell everybody where they can find you when you do next.
I mean, I guess here in however many months.
We're here until the heat death of the universe.
That's right.
Benoit, thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you as always.
All right, that was good.
Coming back. We're doing these about every 6 months. It's what we agreed when we did this.
Kind of
first
a
one
rendezvous
about a year
now,
ago.
right?
Yeah.
It's a good
And
rendezvous.
so we'll see it. We'll see you again sometime this summer.
Yeah.
Probably.
Sure.
Yep.
Absolutely.
See what we got change wise.
I just want to say, you know, it's
Then.
this is our first SCL back. It's actually our first SCL since IAE. We did the all ships Q&A.
I was about to say, since
And then
IAE.
we didn't get to do a whole lot of SCLs last year because of a whole bunch of other changes that was going on, mostly in my life. We're gonna have a lot more SCLs this year. We got a group of like 4 in a row coming in like April, I think. Whatever. The chance to have somebody at your level and your involvement take the time out to come be here, answer quite literally any question I put you. You didn't beg off of anything. You didn't do this. So I spent the part giving the tech teams their props and the programmers their props and the strike team their props, and I want to sit here and give you your props. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you,
Far more than I
Benoit.
can give Jens.
Beau jour.
Won't come on the show.
It's a rendezvous now. That's it.
I know.
I appreciate it.
I love the Jens.
I love coming here and chatting about Star Citizen. And if you ever meet me in a Bar Citizen, it's the same thing. So, you know, just do it live.
Thanks so much, guys. What is in the orange box? So that was at the beginning of the show on the Twitch version. It won't be on the YouTube version. But that's just toys. It has nothing to do with work. We were just nerding out a little bit at the beginning of the show.
I got a box.
Thanks for watching, everybody. We're back next week with a behind the ships special on the next spacecraft making its way to the Star Citizen persistent universe.
Is John Crew going to be there?
John Crew's in there, and Ben Curtis is in there, and Torsten Lyman is in there, and some other people, because I'm not really good with names, whatever. The second I started calling out names, I knew it was a mistake. Chris Danks is in there. So, who? Batu? Batu's in this one? Yeah. I filmed with Batu? Yeah. He's great. Yeah. Wow, they really run together. Sorry, everybody. But yeah, that's next week. An exciting new spaceship Mon making its way to the persistent universe next week in those little middle things. We talked about it in ISC, the big patches in January and March and May, it's like this, and then these interesting little content drops in the middle. So we're going to add a new ship in the middle of a patch drop, and for the first time in the history of our project, we'll see how that goes.
Let's do it.
Let's get it. There's a press article.
Ship drop that's not a patch drop.
So thanks for watching. I'm
Crazy.
Jared.
Crazy
That's
times we
Benoit.
live in.
You're the amazing Star Citizen community. What are you doing with the cameras? Oh my God.
I was about to say, they're going crazy.
I love you. See you later, everybody. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Well, wonderful, wonderful. That is Tech Talk with Benoit Beauséjour. Yeah, lots to think about there. We're gonna try to keep this short. I don't want to ramble on because you guys got plenty of other stuff to do. But yeah, I can't wait for instancing stuff, the VR editions, just all sorts of stuff on the horizon that look really, really cool and good. So yeah, with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you're watching this on the YouTube channel, Thank you for liking, subscribing, commenting, doing all the voodoo that you do down there. Trying to get to, I think we need like 3,700 subscribers. If we get to like 4,000, so that'd be great. You guys are awesome, and we'll check you next time. Stay safe, fly right. I'm Chachi Sanchez. Y'all have a good night. Oh yeah. And stop recording. All right, cool. That's done. So what's in the box? Yeah, what don't you want to know? All right, cool. So that's part 1 done for tonight. All right, now we have a whole bunch of crap I gotta do. We got the Sol Invictus schedule of what they're gonna talk about. And yeah, so I'm gonna make some notes so that I have stuff to talk about. We're gonna watch these videos. So it's just gonna be a reaction stream all night, you guys. I hope you are ready. All right, so the first one that we're going to be doing, oh, and if you need a break, now's the time to get it, because I'm actually going to do that. So let's see here. We have, first up on the block is, let's see here. Topic, your VR room. Should you get VR? Talent Griff, guest Chachi Sanchez. They link my YouTube channel. I'm pretty damn sure I'm the first person in VR to experience a solar flare on another planet. Ah! Coming about. I'm coming. God, I love that clip. All right, cool. So that's good. I'm going to see if we can play that little video, because that's like the perfect introduction. All right, so we've got the intro, roadmap roundup, NIC system, QV breakers, blah, blah, blah. They talk about Bar Citizen, then Core more. 5 minutes on February subscriber promotions, EU monthly report, the SCL Tech Talk that we just did, then commercial break, and then we got VR. Vroom, should you VR? Brief history on virtual reality. So this video we will watch next. All right, so we're gonna be watching videos and making notes. Need to have somewhere to make notes. Just do Notepad, or should we just do it in a message to myself in Discord? Noted, yeah. Upcoming events. Clips or short stream news. Let's just put it in upcoming events. All right, so we're gonna just make a note here. What is it? Podcast notes. Soul Citizen podcast notes. So, video 1. All right, so yeah, brief history on virtual reality. Okay, so all right, so we're gonna watch this video. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We just sat through 2 hours. So if you guys needed or wanted to get some snacks or drink, I gotta refill my water. Thank you for watching, hanging out, and doing the voodoo that you do.
Virtual reality.
Okay, hang on. Not yet. BRB. So what is this? Soul.
VR presents.
No, stop it. Wrong keyboard. All right. Soul Citizen podcast prep. All right. Cool. All right. BRB. Everybody go refill your waters, go to the bathroom. Break time. We're going to be watching stuff all night. We got prep to do. And you get to be part of it. Getting hot. I take off my robe. Take off my robe and wizard hat.
Hello there. Hello there. Hello there.
Okay. Cheese, sausage, crackers. Yeah, you're jealous. Give me a drink here.
Hello there.
All right, drink. Check. Need to refill water. All right, cool, cool. One more sec. Almost done.
Hello there. Hello there. Hello there.
Okay, are we ready? All right. Let's go.
Virtual reality possesses an awe-inspiring power that can
Hang on. Not yet. What's up, Snarfster? Morning to you too. Okay, so record. Okay. So we just finished watching 2 hours of Benoit Beauséjour doing Tech Talk. We got our crackers, cheese, and sausage, and we are ready to do some Soul Citizen podcast prep. I don't know if this will be a video on YouTube. If it is, I'll probably won't push it to all of the people. So if you're seeing this somewhere, welcome. Thank you for doing the voodoo that you do. I really appreciate you checking out these type of videos. But yeah, this is just prep that I need to do. a bunch of videos that were linked to me that they're going to discuss on the podcast. So we're going to watch them now. So first one is a brief history of virtual reality, evolution of VR technology. This is done by IXDF Interaction Design Foundation. So these, again, were all linked to me by the Soul
Virtual
Citizens
reality
people.
possesses an awe-inspiring power that can transport us into extraordinary realms. From immersive storytelling to virtual training simulations, VR presents boundless opportunities. The concept of virtual reality first emerged with the development of stereoscopic images in the 1800s. Stereoscopic photography involved capturing two slightly...
It is work, but I'm getting paid by ad revenue to do it. So, welcome. Thank you for doing so.
different angled images and presenting them side by side. In 1832, Sir Charles Wheatstone invented the stereoscope, a device equipped with mirrors angled at 45 degrees to reflect images into each eye from the left and right side. By viewing these images through a stereoscope, viewers experienced a remarkable three-dimensional effect. Stereoscopy later became the foundation for capturing images and films in 3D, captivating audiences with an illusion of depth and enhanced realism. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, various stereoscopic viewers and cards allowed people to explore different places and experience virtual-like environments. In 1968, computer scientist Ivan Sutherland created the Sword of Damocles, the first head-mounted display, or HMD. Though primitive by today's standards, it showcased the potential for immersive experiences.
Look at that
overlaying
footage.
Computer-generated graphics onto the user's field of view. In the 1980s,
Whoa! That was AR?
Lanier founded graphics onto the user's field of view. By overlaying computer-generated graphics onto the user's field of view.
That's crazy, man.
In the 1980s, Jaron Lanier founded VPL Research, coining the term virtual reality by producing VR hardware and software. Meanwhile, companies like Virtuality and Division emerged, and organizations such as Disney, Sega, various universities, and militaries extensively researched and experimented with VR. However, high costs and limited capabilities hindered the widespread adoption of VR technology. In 2012, Palmer Luckey launched a Kickstarter campaign for the Oculus Rift, a high-quality, consumer-oriented VR headset. This campaign's success marked a turning point, reigniting interest in VR and attracting significant investment from industry giants and independent developers alike. Since then, the VR landscape has continued to evolve. The industry has seen the release of various VR headsets, such as the HTC Vive, Apple Vision Pro, PlayStation VR, and updated versions of the Oculus Rift. Nowadays,
Oh, well, fuck the Valve Index. Oh, fuck the most, ubiquitous headset that got more people into VR than ever before. Yeah, fuck them.
modern VR headsets are able to enhance the sense of immersion and interactivity in VR by offering higher resolutions, improved tracking, and advances in haptic feedback, motion control.
What about the 1992 movie Lawnmower Man? I watched that as a little kid. It was on Sci-Fi Channel, I think. I had nightmares. Man, Lawnmower Man, that's a deep cut right there. Jesus. Man. Oh, Lawnmower Man. It wasn't even VR. It was just like shitty thermal vision, like with blue and like red, kind of pixelated kind of view, like the Predator sees. Oh, it was awful.
And room scale tracking. As VR continues to advance, it has the potential to revolutionize education, entertainment, healthcare, and beyond, ushering in a new era of limitless possibilities.
All right, that's good. That's good. All right, so brief history of virtual reality. All right, so when we get to this section, I will make my notes. Brief history, that's good. Do we have anything to say about that?
Realism. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Various stereoscopic viewers and cards allowed people to explore different places and experience virtual-like environments. In 1968, computer scientist Ivan Sutherland.
So the only thing that I could add in my notes for the video the past all right, you know what, fuck it. Okay, so the past. I used the viewfinder, or what are they called?
To reflect
Stereoscope.
images into each eye.
All right, so I used not viewfinder, used stereo scopes. I used stereoscopes that my grandma had when I was a little kid. Very fascinated by it. By the ability to create depth from... Oh, no, we need word wrap here. Ability to create depth, and 3D effects using only a 2D image. All right, cool. The present. Where is the valve index? And the future. Jobs and education will be forever changed if the cost... Is it cost basis? If the economics of VR headsets got as ubiquitous, ubiquitous? Yeah? There's no word correct on that. We're going to assume that right. That looks fine enough. I'll be reading this. No one else will. Let's see here. Jobs and education will forever be changed if economics of VR headsets got as ubiquitous as cell phones are today. All right, cool. That's all I have to say about that video.
Left and right side. To revolutionize education, entertainment, healthcare, and beyond. Ushering.
All right, cool. So that's good notes for that. All right, next, the history of VR from CNET. All right. Tron. Yeah, basically. High-end headsets will forever be tethered playing your 2D library on a... I'm sorry, I'm just talking in Discord. Somebody replied me. The high-end headsets will forever be tethered to your PC. The frame is perfect for playing your 2D library on a couch with a Xbox controller and seeing it the size of an IMAX. Same can be said for watching movies from your bed.
very hard thing to do with fully tethered PC VR experiences. However, one of those will definitely be better for VR Citizen than the other. Alright, cool. Why is this song a laser sword? Hang on, we got something. Because his parents were involved in Chernobyl. Alright, let's go.
If there's one thing humans can't stand, it's the actual physical world. Why else would we have spent years trying to make virtual reality a success? For as long as we've been able to render computer-generated worlds, we fantasize.
Wait a minute, whoa. Conquer, look. New Line Cinema, Lawnmower Man, 1992. Oh, how funny.
World.
Dude, yeah, called it. Yeah. In 92, we looked at that and thought, ew, yeah. Like, look, it's literally the exact same as Tron from like a decade before.
If there's one thing humans can't stand, it's the actual physical
like,
world.
It's just, instead of it being like, you know, flat mat.
Trying to make virtual reality a success.
This is the same, practically the same graphics.
Generated worlds, we fantasized about transplanting
VR Troopers, Saban. What is this?
Our minds into the artificial realm.
But for all our decades of dreaming,
about transplanting our minds into the artificial.
Okay, well, if we're doing homework and prep, what the fuck is Saban's VR Troopers? Is this a movie? VR Troopers is a syndicated live-action superhero adventure television series produced by Saban Entertainment. Who the fuck is Saban? Subsidiary of Walt Disney Company, but it didn't. Children's programming on Fox, so it was a Fox subsidiary. It showed on Fox. This is so ridiculous. This is so weird. Rabbit hole, yeah, exactly, yeah. If it was good, you wouldn't know their name. I used to watch it. Conquer again with Lawnmower Man and fucking VR Troopers. All right. It wasn't any good. We had Captain Power on Saturday mornings. Yeah, I was more of an X-Men and the Tick kind of guy. We had to tape those actually because soccer games always fucking interrupted watching them. Can't believe you don't. This was, I think, before my time. 3 different Metal Heroes and then from 1994. No, this was right in the middle of Batman TAS. No, never heard of this. VR Troopers. My God. 20 episodes plus in each season. Wow. Okay, crazy. All right.
Official realm.
but for all our decades.
I watched X-Men, Tick, and VR Troopers as well. Saban made the Power Rangers. Oh! You mean, what is it? Kaizo or what is it called in Japan? It's because it's a big series in Japan, and then we just got like, yeah, how these little kids in America will love something like that. Make Power Rangers. My area, it was VR Troopers, Sailor Moon, then Dragon Ball Z. Great. No, we had, like, Saturday morning cartoons was like, the Tick, X-Men, all sorts of other stuff like that. And then after school, that was the Dragon Ball Z, Gundam, what do you call it? The Toonami lineup. Yeah, exactly. Then you had the, what was it? The late night one. The Midnight Run / Toonami at night. So, yeah.
Dreaming, the history of VR in the real world is essentially a story of failure.
The early 60s saw dalliances with immersive theatre, such as Morton Halig's smell-producing Sensorama
With a Sensorama?
or Telesphere Mask. but VR got its first proper
Hey,
era
this
when
thing again.
computer scientist Ivan Sutherland described what he called the ultimate display, a head-mounted, room-filling wonder gadget that Sutherland hoped would prove a looking glass into a mathematical wonderland.
Sutherland's tech was truly mind-bending, but as we know, the public's appetite over the next 2 decades was for computers that were a little more two-dimensional. Nevertheless, VR was growing behind the scenes.
Industrial synth? Crude wireframe environments? It can only be the mid-80s, a time when systems like NASA's Virtual Visual Environment Display were proving the potential of VR outside the consumer sphere.
NASA made a headset? Well, I mean, of course, but this is the first
Shown off
time.
in 1986, 2 tiny LCD screens and a helmet-mounted sensor promised a final frontier of remotely controlled space hardware.
And they even got the Nintendo Power Glove and everything.
Saw virtual reality become a familiar term, one popularized by Jaron Lanier of VPL, which developed the Data Glove, an ancestor of the infamous Power Glove for the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Okay.
I love the Power Glove. It's so bad.
Public interest flared.
Bad as in just a bad device. It was not good.
And suddenly the VR revolution was just around the corner.
No, it
The
wasn't.
focal point for that enthusiasm was to be the games industry, and in the mid-90s, VR started to creep into our homes.
There were outliers like Forte's VR
The VFX1. Somebody said that they had one of these. I didn't even know they made commercial VR headsets in the 90s.
FX1.
Also, what fucking game would run on this?
Now I'm into this game.
But Sega and
What game? What list the games?
Nintendo, at the time the biggest names in gaming, also had a go. The Sega VR made it to arcades, but the console version was cancelled, a decision Nintendo should have learned from before building the Virtual Boy. Released in the US in August 1995,
I've only
the
heard of the Virtual Boy. I've
which
never
offered
seen one.
monochromatic 3D gaming through a boxy headset, had nothing going for it. It was expensive, the games looked terrible, Nintendo stripped out head tracking from the prototype, and most worryingly, gamers complained of headaches and nausea when using it.
I've never seen footage of this stuff, of what the games you could play.
Critical and commercial failure, the Virtual Boy was canned the next year.
Marketing
Back when the names were blocked. Yeah, I guess something like Super Hot, yeah. Gave people in Japan epilepsy. Oof. I bet you that was some sort of thing with the hertz of the screen being so low. It had to be a really shitty screen. What you need to do is add some counterweight to your head strap. Always good to do whatever you can to get your ergonomics sorted for long-term play.
aside, the Virtual Boy was VR only in the weakest sense, but as a poster child for the concept, its failure saw virtual reality take a big hit.
This is the Oculus Rift.
Today, with vastly improved hardware,
You played it in store? What did you play? Was it the tennis game? What other games were for it? Because surely they had at least 3 to 5 for a basic lineup. Yeah? It's Nintendo.
we're once more ready to give VR a try in a new virtual reality flair ignited by Oculus Rift, which in 2012 stormed Kickstarter, earning over $1 million in crowdfunding in only a few days. Since then, Microsoft, Samsung, Sony, HTC, Valve, and many more have thrown
Hey,
their
Valve
hats
gets
into the VR
announced.
ring.
Or in.
Will VR finally stick or not? Well, there are signs that this time things could be different.
Today's VR is being pioneered by tech.
Well, there are signs.
It looks like he's been wearing a headset.
Things could be
Look, he's got like fucking headset marks.
Today's VR is being pioneered by tech makers like Samsung and HTC, who desperately need a next big thing as heat from the smartphone boom cools. So there's plenty of enthusiasm and resources in the war to make VR work. Then there's the social web, which opens up a new frontier for VR beyond gaming.
No, it doesn't.
We've already seen VR social networks, and with Facebook now in charge of Oculus, the virtual worlds to come could be a lot chattier than we anticipated.
What VR has never ever done though is win over the public. So if you really want to know whether this stuff could ever take off, all you have to do is ask yourself, do I want this in my life? So, do you?
Okay, let's see here. Video 2, CNET. Do we have anything to note on this?
There's more of the same stuff, really.
Ever done though is win over the public. So if you really want to know whether this stuff could ever take off, all you have to do is ask.
What will it take for mass adoption? He asks what or will the public like this or not? I ask, will it ever become cheap enough for it to be liked? Still a 1% kind of market. Kind of market saturation among public, general public, about a 5% saturation in general gaming population. Throwing these numbers out of my ass, but they sound right.
Hello there.
Ask yourself, do I want this in my life? So, do you?
All right, I'm pretty sure a lot of people would play VR up and down if it was as cheap and easy as going to like an arcade and doing it, or if it became as easy and cheap to use as a cell phone. But yeah. All right, third video. We have brief history, 10 minutes on that, right? VR novelty or next level. All right. Definitely not novelty. All right, the history of VR from CNET. So we watched that. We have some notes on it. And then enter Star Citizen. Chris Roberts visits Oculus VR. So this is a live leak video. Only like a couple hundred views. Not even a couple hundred, really. 183. 10 years ago. Full video. Chris Roberts visits the Oculus VR studios. So yeah. This is actually kind of some deep cut footage here. Make that thing $80 and maybe I could afford it in the end of 9 months. I mean, yeah, there's got to be some sort of like, you know, $100 to $200 entry price thing for the mass market that is just as good, you know, as an Index was in its heyday. You know, maybe, yeah, I doubt they could get Quest 3 quality at that price, but definitely not in this market though, because I mean, Steam already announced that they're pushing back the Steam PCs because RAM price, everything is going to be more expensive as well, and you can't get parts. So yeah, same thing's probably going to apply to the frame. That VR headset's going to be $1,200. Mark my words. And people with the market 30 to 40 years, you have to wear corrective lenses that can kill a market. I mean, I had to wear corrective lenses this whole time. Didn't kill my interest in it. But you have the bigger problem is 1/4 of all the people on the population of Earth can't actually use a VR headset because they have inner ear or, you know, balance issues or whatnot. So, all right.
Hi, I'm Sandy Gardner, and we're here at Oculus VR, creators of Oculus Rift.
It's like, yeah, 720. All right.
Roberts and Brendan Reeves, the CEO of Oculus VR.
Brendan, you want to give us a tour of the Oculus offices? That'd be
Sure.
awesome.
Come this way.
Yeah.
Palmer's office over here. Palmer Luckey is the founder and inventor of Oculus. Came up with the original prototype, which John Carmack got a hold of and demoed at E3.
Palmer, where do you get the inspiration for this? Like, tell us a bit about your background.
Okay, I love video games. I like them more than real life. So for years I've thought, how cool would it be to be able to go inside of video games? You know, to actually be inside of the game. You know, something
Kickstarter
like
footage.
Matrix. So I started buying headsets, and there was nothing I wanted, nothing that was good enough. So I figured, oh well, I'm gonna have to build this on my own. So it's funny, people are like, where did this passion for building VR come from? It's like, because there was nothing else that
Okay, this is rough cut, not for distribution. So this is some sort of weird
I could have just bought. If I could have gone to the store and bought
video that someone posted for editing purposes later or something. I don't know. Anyways, same thing for me. Like, you know, why did you get into VR? In fact, you know, oh, we should write that down. Video 3. Let's see here. Chris Roberts visits Oculus Studios. Same thing for me. I got started because they got rid of VR support for Star Citizen. And there were no tutorials on how to get it working. So I had to make them myself. Alright, cool. And then now everybody's here.
a headset, I wouldn't have gotten into the business of building headsets.
And you built something in 2D, you said?
I built a bunch of different versions. I had about 5 major revisions before I arrived at what you would call the Rift, the design that you could call the Rift. The first one was 2D, the next few were 3D, some of them extremely wide field of view, some of them were heavier, some of them relied on multiple panels. But finally I arrived at the Rift's design.
Yeah, so each Rift prototype begins life as a bunch of foam core pieces and electronic parts, and we put them together and they come out something like this with a control box. So,
and you have some designs over there of
industrial design. We are exploring the design of the Rift and what it could be, and we're
got a
really
bunch of
excited
ski
about
goggles.
The future design of this product.
Awesome. And this is not what we're actually shipping. This is a prototype of the developer kit. So the developer kit that we're shipping is made in China, not here in Irvine, California by Matt. I think it would take you a while to make 10,000 of these, huh?
I need some help. My background is industrial design, and I'm helping Oculus explore the design of the product itself, how it looks, how it functions, and how it fits onto the face.
And I see that this foam, this is kind of like for skiing or snowboarding.
Yeah, that's right. So the current
Foam was a good choice for first try, first pass. Foam was a good choice for a first pass. Modeling after ski goggles is an easy go-to for a quick to get up and running quickly. However, I can't recommend enough to replace your face gasket with a leather one if you have a VR headset out there. I tend to sweat a lot, and foam is hard to wash. Leather can be wiped down over and over. A pro tip from the VR Citizen. Smiley face. All right.
prototypes.
Chris and Sandy, early investors of Oculus? Probably not. Didn't have that much money before, Star Citizen got to where it is today, and debatably they still don't. It's all tied up in Star Citizen.
I see that this foam, this is kind of like for skiing or snowboarding.
Yeah, that's right. So the current prototypes, we're making them based on like a snowboard goggle or a skiing goggle, and actually the overall shape is really a good start. It's a good shape for the face.
Good start. What I just said.
Comfortable, and it gives a nice familiar fit.
Yeah, it's actually, and it's super light. Right?
Yeah. The foam core that we're making the structure out of is a terrific modeling material that's easy to work with and really lightweight. And it allows us to explore a lot of different options on the Rift as well.
We have some other developers over here.
can you tell everybody what you do?
Sure, yeah, I'm one of the product leads here at Oculus, and I pretty much handle a lot of the product marketing, some of the product development, and just however we engage with the folks that are really looking to get their hands on one of these things.
So they basically, you guys had a really good CES.
It was insane. It was so humbling. We started off the mornings kind of on schedule, but then it started double booking, triple booking. It was I can't believe how many people are interested in VR again, and it's incredibly reassuring to us about what we're trying to do here at Oculus. So it's great.
Whoever mastered this music is awful.
I was working on web development. This is Lee. Lee just recently joined us, actually.
You can barely hear them talking over it.
Some of the SDK. What do you think so far?
Yeah, it's looking good.
Andrew over here. Andrew's working on the Unreal integration. So we have Unity and Unreal that we're going to be working with, and out-of-the-box integrations with both engines. So this is Chris over here. Chris is doing some different printing using the 3D printer.
Wow!
A lot of our
Wow! 2012, right?
Chris is doing
I was about to say, is that a 3D printer?
some different printing using the 3D.
Man, look at that! Does anybody recognize the unit? What type of 3D printers existed back then? I thought that was like a 2015, 2018 plus kind of thing.
Printer. He builds a lot of our prototypes, does the electronics for it, so doing all kinds of soldering and configuration. And we have Mike is in here. Say hi. Mike's responsible for the core SDK here. Here's where we have all the toys. So some of the toys I've collected over the years, different from Crytek to Unreal, Epic toys, different signed games. In fact, I have some original Wing Commander boxes here, which need your signature.
Oh, well, I guess that's my cue to come in again. All right.
Honored to have your signature. Thank you. And
Man,
just
we need
as a
something
note,
really
this
cool to
is,
have Chris Roberts sign
original game
beside my
that I grew
hat.
up playing. So this is the first game.
Oh, where'd my hat
that
go?
I experienced.
Oh, it fell again.
And it's just an honor to have you.
My Drake hat
both
signed
in
by
our
Disco
office
Lando.
and, on board this kind of VR gaming initiative.
Well, no, thank you. Hey, listen, I backed it before we'd even connected because this is exactly.
So he was a backer.
My dream is sitting in a cockpit, looking around, seeing.
Fully immersive.
My hand on a hot ass, like hands-on joystick and throttle system.
Me
and,
too.
Yeah,
Me too,
I
Chris.
See through my VR.
Me
into
too.
The world of space. And,
we gotta make it happen.
We're gonna make it happen.
So essentially, the Rift is a single LCD panel, a lot like this one, but much smaller. What you can see is that on this panel, we're displaying two images. Each of them is generated by a separate virtual camera inside of the scene. So when I rotate the headset, those cameras rotate. When I look up and down, you can see it's very responsive. Even very, very minute shakes show up. We're sampling at 1,000 hertz and doing our own sensor fusion algorithm that provides some really great results from our accelerometer, magnetometer, and gyroscope. And then in front of each half of the screen, you have a high magnification aspherical lens. Well, technically an aspherical lens. The reality is that it doesn't do a very good job of remaining in asphere, which is why we have the warping. One of the really interesting things about these lenses is the way that they work is as you get more towards the edges, they actually stretch pixels out more. So in the center of the screen, you have more pixels than you do at the edge of the screen, which is actually a more natural allocation of resources, just like the way your eye works. When you look at a standard monitor, this is what you're really looking at most of the time. But all these pixels out here, there's this exact same density as they are here. They're essentially being wasted. So that's one of the reasons we're able to get away with such a low resolution in the current developer kit, because it's actually taking a lot of those pixels and putting them into the center of the image where they're going to matter the most.
Fascinating.
So it is extremely accurate. We're using our own sensor that we developed. It uses a gyroscope and an accelerometer and a magnetometer, updating at a rate of about 1,000 hertz.
Man, 1,000 hertz is crazy.
We developed it ourselves to minimize latency and maximize accuracy, because you really need to push this hardware as fast as it can go to give a good VR experience. You can't say, oh, we're just going to run it at 60 hertz or 100 hertz, because that's what's acceptable for maybe mobile phone use.
That's literally the acceptable rate of the industry right now is like 60 to 90 hertz in current modern VR headsets. It's funny to hear him say about how important 1,000 hertz is,
and how their test units had that, but I find it funny how they mention, this is notes, that I mentioned how important 1000 hertz is for VR, having a high response time for fidelity and immersion, but also nausea, and how 100 hertz isn't good. And yet the current VR industry has settled for 60 to 90 hertz for standard VR. I do not know if this is for the LCD panel or if that is just the response time on the tracking data for the gyrometers. Yeah, I don't think it's outdated tech. Now that I've mentioned it, I think it might just be their gyrometers that are doing it and not the actual LCD panel, because I don't even know if you can get 1000 hertz on today's panels. It's just the head tracking? Yeah. So, all right. But, oh, wait. So, wait. Here's the thing. Is the tracking... Yeah, to stop all the stutter. So, is the tracking still that high in modern headsets, or is it tied to the response time of the, what do you call it? Of the, monitors or the panels inside of there? Does anybody know? I am not that good of a VR tech guy. I know that the response time on like something like the LiDARs from the... Okay, so hang on. We'll just Google this. Response time from index LiDARs. Lighthouses are still 1000. That's what I thought. That's what I figured. They're like... index LiDARs. Index. Blah, blah, blah. Lighthouse tracking is the gold standard. Rock solid. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the lighthouses are 1000 hertz. So that makes sense because it's a fucking LiDAR. It can get to that hertz. So...
or a typical game console use case.
Really want to get the lighthouse attention. Yeah, I've been begging for one too, but I think they're sold out again, or have very low stock of them. Hang on. I assume it's for the head tracking data. Modern LiDAR headsets like the Index will have that 1000 hertz response time from the touch and the controllers and head tracking due to the nature of LiDAR. All modern headsets are cameras now. True, but they would be working at the hertz and response time of those. So what about the Quest 3 response time for controllers? Only thing I get from an AI overview is sub 5 to 10 ms for raw input on the Quest 3. They performed Snapdragon XR Gen 2 quiz for Snapdragon XR2 Gen 2 chip allows for highly responsive tracking. Total latency between 40 and 50 ms. Overall experience is heavily influenced by the 90 Hz or 120 Hz refresh settings. And it recommends 5-6 gigahertz Wi-Fi for best tracking solutions. Okay, so yeah, the Quest 3 will rely on the best Wi-Fi connection and signal possible to make its tracking smoother. Find a better word for that. All right, let's go.
It's not going to work for VR.
I can't reach it.
In Star Citizen, you'll actually be able to be in a virtual representation of the cockpit. That'll be a really fantastic experience.
Jesus, look at that footage. It's nothing but MFDs. There's 4 up here. There's fucking, you know, your boost gauge from your turbo. You got side MFDs. There's probably one on the floor from Drake. There's a steering wheel.
Representation of the cockpit.
There's 2 more on either side. Look at this. What are these? What are these? That's insanity. That's absolutely insane.
Of the cockpit. That'll be a really fantastic experience, I think. One really cool use case would be to have a throttle and a joystick, and then have in the game the throttle and the joystick in the same place, so that you can actually have your hands matching up to what they're doing in the game, and actually be feeling these virtual objects actually in your hands as they exist. So you know, we're looking at the possibility of us working with Chris to create something.
And they didn't. And it would be another 15, 12, 20, 14 years before they did anything with it. Alright, that's good. There's something that he was saying at the end.
Objects actually in your hands.
Yeah, this. Okay. If you have ever played a racing game with a good wheel pedals, you know how transformative that experience can be coming from keyboard or controller. Same thing, but times 10 if you then play that racing game with a wheel in VR. The immersion factor rises to a literal sim level. Past a sim level, you are now in that virtual environment. General things to talk about. Hang on, gotta make a separate section. I always wanted to put this type of stuff into words. We gotta do it now. Cameras are low frequency. They're combined with a higher sampling accelerometer to keep the tracking. So that's what I figured, because this can't be just based off of the cameras, right? Immersion. Every game ends. The boundaries between worlds is always ever existent. Think about your favorite games. Every single one of them has invisible walls that prevent you from going further. Prevent you from going off the map. Every game ends. Star Citizen has no end. You can go anywhere to the size and constraints of actual planets. This is why I VR Citizen. Because it's the only experience that can transport you to a game that never ends. There are no more boundaries in VR Citizen. Just your imagination. Okay, sure. Sandboxes, yeah, it's sandbox. Well, even you could argue GTA is a sandbox. Even it ends. It goes beyond that, right? Because it's simulating an entire fucking game, and it not in a so like a racing sim simulates you being in a car. Star Citizen simulates you being in a universe, right? All the way down to entire planets existing. So, this is just going to be general notes for show to say and sound cool. The scales are different. Yeah, well, there is. It's a 1-to-1 scale. You could argue that because okay, so scale when another anecdote. That's this little spiel. I should make that into a short video and have good B-roll footage behind it. I was the first person to kill a dragon in VR with Skyrim and the DK2 developer kit. Vorpex to project the 2D game into my 3D headset. And I used Wiimotes with Bluetooth? Is there an E? I think it's Bluetooth, right? With Bluetooth connected to my PC for touch controllers. Even in Skyrim in VR, I felt more immersed in the game world than I ever have before. I've done that walk from the opening dragon fight down the river to the, what is that place called? Is it River Run? Down the stream to River Run to meet Olaf. Dozens of times. Only after VR did I get a sense of the elevation change walking down from the mountain, downstream, and down into a village. the 1-to-1 scale of games becomes an immersion factor when done correctly. But even that ends. You can't go beyond the mountains in Skyrim. Okay, there you go.
So we're looking at the possibility of us working with Chris to create something.
All right, cool. All right, that's done. Oh, all right. Well, now we got another one. All right, so we talked brief history, novelty or next level, history of CNET, history of VR from CNET video. Chris Roberts visits Oculus. Pros, con. Oh, hang on. Make note. I hope I can get Chris Roberts to sign something cool of mine one day. Look over at box. Okay. All right. So really quickly, I'm going to take a quick break. Next, let's hear pros, cons, immersion, fragility, future advances. We will make notes of all of this section, number 35. All right. So headset buying options. This video next. This is 57 minutes long. This one's going to be a doozy. So this is where we take a break. And I cut back to me coming back in 5 minutes if we're watching on YouTube, and we see what Voodoo DE-VR has to say. Yeah, I think he's got quite an opinion on VR. He seems to own a lot of headsets. I thought I was pretty cool, and I thought I owned a lot of headsets. But, yeah, he owns way more than I do. God damn, man. What kind of annoys me, I mean, I guess he already had them on the shelves and stuff. It's got to be in some sort of chronological order that he has them, right? No, there's way too many. I don't make a career being a VR player. I make a career being a VR citizen player. I just need the mobile cockpit that can show other people the game in VR. I don't need to critique and, you know, the other people have basically already made their name being the VR people, the general VR people. And they have better eyes and better knowledge about lenses and vision and stuff to make educated opinions on that. I just know that Star Citizen's awesome in VR. And that's the voodoo that I do, baby. Anyways, BRB 1 sec. I'm going to go get me a little bit of a break here before we start watching this. This is an hour long. So we're going to see the buying guide for 2025. And that way I will have an educated opinion when people want to ask and we talk about it on the podcast. Now, if you ask me, get a freaking Pimax, you know, that way I get commissions and money, and also you get the best headset on the market, but a lot of people don't really own a 5090 or can't grow them on trees. Hell, Nvidia can't either. They'd rather grow AI. Hang on.
So
Hello there.
Okay, okay. Oh, X-Pain, what's up? Here, Lucky demoed the early Steam VR tech. Hal then went on to tell Zuck Steam was ahead. Started with a DK2, had around 10 HMDs since my current one is the H. Had around 10 since then. Your current one is the 8KX. Yeah, I've had the DK2, CV1, Index, Quest 3, and then now I've gotten 2 Pimaxes with an extra optical engine. But those 2 Pimaxes, you know, those are freebies, man. I got sponsored. I don't count those. I mean, I would have had them long ago if I ever had the money for it, but who the fuck has that? According to Oshri's Twitter stream, Oculus founder Palmer Luckey says Valve's VR tech is the best virtual reality demo in the world right now. That was from oh yeah. When did the actual Index come out? What date was that? When did the Index release? I was about to say 2018? 2019 in June. Okay. Right, damn. Took 4 years to come to fruition from then. All right, we ready?
Hello there.
All right, let's go.
Which VR headset should you buy? The options are overwhelming.
I need a good camera so I could film stuff. I just have 4K web cameras.
Or maybe a high-end VR headset like the Beyond 2 or a Pimax headset. What should you buy? Don't worry, in this video I'll break down the entire VR hardware jungle for you. I'll show you the absolute best choice for every budget and every use case, ensuring you make the right decision. In the description you will find all the links and also coupon codes for the headset. My name is Thomas and you're watching Voodoo the EVR. Let's have some fun with the video and let's go.
Voodoo.de.
Live Pro is really nice with the OLED. My OLED Pimax is great.
Interesting. So we will look at all the VR headsets and I will show you pro and cons and who should buy it. So let's start with the most known headset. So if you have anything in common with VR or anywhere seen a VR headset,
I need a stand like that. Dude, the things I could do with a stand like that in my green screen room, man.
The Meta Quest 3. This is the most sold headset on the market and what I always recommend. So what are the advantages? Definitely it's perfect for beginners. The setup is very easy. You just link an account, then you scan your room and then you're good to go. That's it. Yeah, it's very, very easy. So also you get a lot for your price. So you don't have to pay much.
Advantage game library? No, disadvantage. Are you fucking PC VR optional? No, that's disadvantage. That means that if you are committed to an index and you have like 50 games on your index and your Steam VR library, get fucked. You ain't playing them on Quest 3. Rebuy them on the Quest 3 library.
Have a lot of
every single other headset on his fucking shelf plays with his Steam VR library. This one does not. Oh, hey, look, coupon codes for the Quest 3. All right, I think we know what the sponsor is. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna, you know, rain on his parade, but let's be clear here. Yeah, walled garden-esque for every single fucking one, right? When your baseline is a standalone on the head, it becomes a exactly.
Things to do. You can do a lot of things with the Quest 3. Also,
now, having said all of that, he is right. I would recommend the Quest 3. Is like, if grandma's getting a headset, Quest 3, right? Now, if my fucking super duper gaming buddy who's getting into Star Citizen and VR, yeah, no. Hey, I'm saying you got money, you can get a Pimax. Also use my referral code, VR Citizen.
The game library is the biggest one in the standalone market. Standalone means you don't need a PC. It just works out of the box with any PC, without any PC.
But those games suck. The standalone game library is like the Batman game that came free with it, where you just punch stuff. It was a really cool game, but like, these are just experiences. They're not like full games like Half-Life Alyx or Boneworks or something, you know?
And without any console. Also, the operating system Horizon OS is pretty good.
No, it's not. It's garbage.
Bring good updates, and also over the last.
Okay, it's garbage at connecting to your. It's garbage at connecting to your computer. Literally, fucking non-existent capabilities for that, practically.
Mostly, at least. And we also have mixed reality, a really good mixed reality with the cameras here.
Now,
and
pass-through tech is incredible.
That means you can. Like,
the high quality pass-through color cameras,
and there are also
amazing
good mixed reality games. And the thing is, wireless. It's wireless. That's also really good. And
yeah, that is a plus. I never took my index to my dad's house for Christmas. I definitely took my Quest 3 and showed him Beat Saber.
Optionally,
I had to buy my Beat Saber game and my fucking songs again. But I was able to do it at my dad's house.
You can even connect it to a PC and not only play all the standalone games, but also all PC VR games. So you can play standalone virtual reality games, standalone mixed reality
you need
games,
virtual desktop if you really want to optimize it.
Can do like everything on the XR market. Really great. But
can you sideload Steam to bypass the I never tried. I wouldn't care enough. It was only I only ever got my Quest 3 because I needed a mobile VR headset that I could take to events with the mobile cockpit. And we did that. It worked perfectly for that exact purpose. Everything else I'd ever tried to use it for, except for taking it to my dad's house and playing VR and Beat Saber there, which I had to buy the fucking games again. But yeah, everything else, it sucked for my purposes that I needed.
Optional accessories. This is the Elite battery strap. But the strap that comes originally with the Quest 3.
I am not dogging the Quest 3 as a functional VR unit for the masses. But for every single niche purpose that I've needed, for third-party programs, to streaming, to playing it in a alpha game like Star Citizen, it's just been horrible.
It's really bad. It's really bad. It's definitely uncomfortable. It's very front heavy then. So I definitely recommend to buy this one or any other third party accessories.
Your friend has a Quest and rarely uses it since his kids take it to play all his... Yeah. I mean, at least it's getting some use. A lot of people's are just sitting on a, well, shelf like his, but he's got plenty. Or, you know, on the top shelf in a closet like this. That black one is pretty sick, though.
Thing that comes with the Quest.
The Xbox one?
Also, the battery life is pretty bad with 2 to 2.5 hours. That's not so good.
Is it really that low?
It drains even faster when you do like high performance things and so on. But here also the battery strap helps because this gives you additional 2 hours battery life.
So 5 hours?
So
couldn't even do the Daymar Rally on a single load.
the price of the Meta Quest 3 is really good for that what it can do. It can do everything in the XR market, and it only costs you $499 or 550 euro. This is a really good price.
No, it is a great
really good
price.
Guys.
Still.
I can tell you.
It was before tariffs. Black Friday 2 years ago when I bought the headset, $299. $299 for a 512 with Black Friday, like $300 for 512 gigabytes of wireless VR. That was insane. Entry level price. It was getting crazy. And now you can't find them below, $500. It's pretty hard to get below below like $399 now.
Price. A really good price, guys. I can tell you.
And that used to be, $599, $600 starting. So I guess fine. $500 is still, $100 less than it was originally coming out for, I believe. But the fact that for a brief moment the standard price for these was going to be $299 is insane. The reason I dropped money on the index was the price performance it offered.
Who should buy it? Of course, it's an all-rounder. It's very good for
beginner all-rounder.
But also
no, I couldn't say if you're interested in PC VR.
Who want an easy entry in VR.
It will
and
be
mixed reality,
functional for that.
You still want to have the option to play PC VR. But there's still a cheaper version. We will talk about this later. But this is for people that want a really good headset for a good price.
Yeah, if grandma needs a headset, Quest 3.
By the way, in the description there is a coupon link where you can save 30 bucks on your next games. So you will have 30 bucks of game credit. This was Meta Quest 3. Yeah, guys, and as promised, there's even a cheaper one. This one here is the Quest 3S. So what does it mean? Of course, there is something that is not as so good as the Quest 3 because it's cheaper. So what is the difference? So the advantages are the same like with the Quest 3. We have a very easy setup. We have the same software.
Just worse resolution and lenses, yeah?
We have the same performance. There's the same processor as the Quest 3. We also have PC VR. We also have mixed reality. It's also wireless. We have the huge store. And of course, we have the cheapest price ever with a VR headset.
Interesting. That's actually a good idea. Buy a virtual desktop with
what's the disadvantage?
the code.
So it has the same disadvantage than the Quest 3. So
He's got
advantage. So
he's got a VF X1 in the background there. My God, he is definitely the guy.
Has the same disadvantage than the Quest 3. So we have pretty low battery life, and the strap that comes with it is also pretty bad. This is also the Elite strap here. But there's
I went with the Bobo VR
something
strap.
else. The resolution. So the included display and the resolution is lower than the Quest 3. So you will likely see more pixels. And also the lenses. We have Fresnel lenses here, and in the Quest 3 are modern pancake lenses. Fresnel lenses are not so good. They cause like reflections and God ray effects, and also we have a little bit lower field of view than with the Quest 3. That's the difference. But for this difference, you pay less money, of course. So the price of the Quest 3S is $299 in the 128 gigabyte version. This is
how much would the Quest 3S would have been if they were getting the Quest 3 down to $299? That'd be like $150 headset? That'd be crazy.
So we can do everything. As I said, VR games, mixed reality games, PC VR. This thing can do also everything for $299 or 330 euro. That is absolutely insane. So who should buy it? Of course, people that want the absolute ultra cheapest entry in VR.
How much is a PS2 VR?
Even the Quest 3 with $500 is too expensive. Then go for this one, $299. That's insane. That's insane, right? And you can even save
That's what I said about my $300 Quest 3.
Gain credit when you go via my link in the description for the Quest 3S. Yeah, then it's even like $270 effective. Crazy, right? So yeah, that's the Quest 3S, the cheapest entry in the VR world. Okay, now again a standalone VR headset. This is the Pico 4 Ultra. The Pico 4 Ultra. This is also, as I said, standalone. It's from Pico. Pico is from ByteDance, and ByteDance is also responsible for TikTok. Just to know it, it's from the Asian market.
So, Pico users, what do you guys think?
Advantages? So we also
Johnny,
have
you got
a
one.
really easy setup. It's very easy. Just connect an account and then scan your room, and then it's also really light, and also the weight is spreaded really good because this is something like an elite strap and it comes with the Pico 4. You don't have to buy it separate. That's really nice, right? It's very light, very comfortable in my opinion. And also the lenses, we have very clear lenses here in the Pico 4 Ultra. The lenses are really good. And we have a focus,
$400-ish
VR streaming because many people
Sony
use it for
OLEDs in those,
streaming.
yeah?
We have optional full body tracking modules that you can buy for a standalone headset. That's also rare and really good. And we also have mixed reality support, but the mixed reality is not as good as in the Meta headsets. What are the disadvantages? So we have to be honest. The library of Pico is much, much smaller than the Meta library. As I told you at the beginning of this video, Meta is the absolute leader of standalone store. The Meta Horizon store is so huge and the Pico store is very small. We don't have so many games, and that makes it, of course, not so great for people that want standalone. Also, the future is not so secured because Pico is only a very small participating in the VR market. Not many people buy it, not many people have it, at least in the Western market and so on. And this makes the future support a little bit...
So we got a few of them on our
really
Discord.
know, right? So that's a problem. Also, the Pico PC software is not so good. It gets better, but it has a lot of problems. What I also don't like are the controllers. They feel pretty cheap.
Johnny,
like
you around to verify the veracity of this?
Heavy because look at this here. We have like two AA batteries per controller. That makes them really heavy.
That's actually pretty
also
heavy.
Don't feel good when you compare it to the much better Quest controllers. They are like feel better quality and all this stuff. So
The Quest 3 controllers, I will say, feel really, really good for being standalone, cheap, mass-produced controllers. They have good weight and heft to them.
So what's the price?
And ergonomics, too.
Very hard to get it in the US.
I still don't like them over
Europe, you can buy
the
it for
knuckles.
€590. So now you ask the question, wait, this one is €590 and the Quest is only like 550 or even 330? Why should I buy the Pico 4?
170
Well,
people have clicked
that's a really good
Pico.
question,
So some
and
people.
I don't have a clear answer. So to be honest, if you are not the absolute
Full body
Meta
tracking
hater,
is.
I know
I hear
there
the
are
trackers
people
are got to be at least
don't
decent
like,
enough.
that really hate Meta. I mean, the company is doing some decisions that people don't like and data stuff, and I know, yeah, but. If you are really hating them, then you could buy the Pico 4 Ultra. Also, if you like PC VR streaming wireless in a good quality, because the quality of the display and lenses is really good, then you can buy it. It's really good. And of course, people that like VR chat, because as I said, it supports the full body tracking in VR chat, And this is really rare for a standalone headset. So these are the people that should buy the Pico 4 Ultra. But for most of the people that want the best entry and best library and best stuff, you should definitely go for the Quest. That's
Meta is a reason to buy.
And now something completely different. This here is the PlayStation VR 2. And as the name says, of course,
Such
you
a
need
weird
the
look.
PlayStation. Also, it has a cable. It's not standalone. So this has a halo design. That means the weight is here on our forehead, and we can adjust it like this, and also the distance
Never
between
seen
the
one,
lenses
actually.
and our eyes. That's really cool. By the way, this is not included, the headphones.
What's up, V Prisoner?
So what's the
Those controllers, though, Jesus.
So the display is pretty good. We have
OLED.
an OLED display with HDR. This is really good. When you compare it to the Quest 3, they only have LC display. The OLED display here has the advantage that it has very good colors and also deep black levels. We also have integrated eye tracking. That means we can save some performance in some games, and also the game reacts on where we look. When we look, for example, in the upper right corner, it activates
exclusive
the map
with
or
a
something
K.
like that. That's really cool.
It's very Dutch.
We also have integrated haptics. That means we have rumble effect. When you get a headshot, the headset vibrates. And also we have
Interesting. Whoa, I didn't know about the headset haptics. Are there any other headsets on the market that do that? That have to be for like Sony's own console library type games, right? Because like, man, I don't know a single game in VR that does that for PC VR, because you would need vibration haptic stuff on the headset. None of them do, right? That's crazy.
Headshot, the headset vibrates. And also we have adaptive triggers on the cool controllers. That means when we push it, it blocks a little bit, and then you can push through, so you can feel the trigger of a real weapon. That's also really nice.
So it's got like
the setup is also
some sort of
very
double
easy. We
dual
just
stage
connected
triggered
via
or something.
a USB-C cable to the PlayStation 5 or 5 Pro. And then you have to do a very small room setup, and then you're good to go. It's very, very easy.
He doesn't list PC
And also
on
the
there.
advantage is that we have exclusive games. So
How many
we
people have
Gran
clicked the
Turismo 7, a really nice racing simulation.
PS2
Then we have
VR?
Resident Evil Village, also a nice horror adventure, and we have, for example, Horizon Call of the Mountain. And these games you cannot play on any other platform. But we also have some disadvantages. As you saw, we need a cable. It's not wireless. And the game library compared to Quest or PC VR is pretty small.
30 people have selected PlayStation VR 2 on the Discord.
And also the games get PlayStation VR 2 support later than on other platforms, mostly at least. But yeah, that's a disadvantage. And also when you compare that you also need a console, and also this one, the price of $400 is pretty high still, I would say.
Yeah, me too, actually, Conqueror.
When you buy a Quest 3S, we have $300, and we don't need anything else.
$400 is solid for an OLED headset. I need to get my hands on one of these.
Like $400, and also the console for what is it? Is it 500 or 400?
Everybody who says they got a PSVR 2 is pretty
I mean,
happy
it's
about
still
it
a
with
good
PC
headset.
play. So
who should buy it? Of course, people that have a PlayStation 5. Anything else doesn't make sense. Users that have a
Hard
PlayStation
disagree.
5 or 5 Pro that want really graphically good games and immersive VR games. On
everybody
their
who's
PlayStation 5.
the 40
That's the
people who
only
have
people
come
that
through the
should buy it.
Discord,
There
they
is
say they
also
love
an
it.
adapter
Or 30 or
right now
whatever, but
where you can
I haven't heard any
connect the
complaints about how
PlayStation
shit that
VR
I've heard
to
way
a
more
PC
complaints about the
and
mass-produced
or
Quest
PC VR
3
games, but it
and
costs
connecting
even
it to
more.
a computer
And
than I have
if
anything
you
about
would
a
buy- If
PlayStation.
you think about buying the PlayStation VR 2 just for PC VR, I wouldn't do that. I would go for Quest because it's just easier. Quest is easier to connect to a PC, and also it's wireless.
No, it is
And
not.
also you can do
I
other
had
things.
5 5 computers sitting around me. Not a single one of them plug and played with the Oculus immediately. I could not get it to work wirelessly. With the cable, it took a lot of finagling, but I got it to work on one of my computers, right? I mean, I know this guy is sponsored, but I have to set my record straight. I think that there's less people complaining about PSVR 2 on computer than there are ever on the Discord complaining about Quest 3. So, yeah.
With the Quest. So this is only for users of or owners of PlayStation 5.
Disagree.
And now a complete different category.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, I would say the entry of the high-end PC VR market.
It needs to be raised. The thing isn't high enough. We're at crotch level here, man. It needs to be chest height. Or it needs to be sitting at a desk doing this.
The high-end PC VR market. This is the Pimax Crystal Lite. So as you see, this is definitely bigger, more bulky, right? But also look at the clear lenses here. Absolutely amazing. And yeah, we have the head strap here. This is optional deluxe audio strap. And yeah, it's also works pretty good. We have integrated tracking. That means we don't need any base stations. We have the cameras here. And also the controllers come with the purchase. So they are included in the price. So what's the advantage of the Pimax Crystal Lite? We have a really high resolution, so much higher than the headsets I showed you before, Quest, Pico, PlayStation VR 2. And
I kind of wish you would actually list the specs. You know, like having numbers is nice for those that want it, but I guess, yeah, this is a general guide for general people. Still, it's got a high resolution. Okay, what the fuck does that mean to me? Yeah?
Clearness of the lenses is
got
really
a
good.
thumbprint on there.
It's called crystal, yeah, Pimax Crystal, because it's really crystal clear. That's really true. And for this kind of headset with such a big high resolution and good lenses, we have a pretty good field of view. And also,
that is definitely the biggest advantage. The field of view is so nice.
Entrance in the PC VR high-end market. We have to be honest, it's really a good price. And also everything is included, right? The controller and the tracking.
Let's see, I took out the optical engine just to see how, and it's very, dude, I know, it slides right. I was like, oh shit, like you could buy these from like a Best Buy and like swap them out type of easy, you know? Like that's how well it was designed for that purpose. Didn't know the gasket was magnetic. Yep. I'm very, what do you call it? Very, very pleased with the entire process. Ugh. And actually, I think I need to swap back to my OLED. I don't know, the wide FOV is so nice on the 50 ppd that I have. So it's so tough. Because like the OLED definitely does look nice. And it's lighter though. It is lighter. It definitely weighs a lot less. Ugh.
But we also have some disadvantages. So as you can see here, we have a cable, yeah, and we have a display port and USB, so you have to connect it to a PC, of course. So it's not standalone.
You need an ultra wide. The FOV is nice. Is your ultra wide any different? As far as the frame, it shouldn't be. My gasket is cheap plastic with clips and Velcro. So I swapped out my thing for a leather pad, as always. And mine doesn't really feel I guess there might be some magnetics, but it does feel like it's kind of got like a plastic clip to it over the magnetic one that is definitely on the Index. Index definitely has magnetic faceplate, which is great.
You can definitely not play it with standalone or so.
Index is so nice.
We don't have any eye tracking included in the Crystal Lite. So we don't save performance with dynamic foveated rendering. We also don't have avatar eye tracking. And it also needs a pretty strong gaming PC.
Yes.
I mean, not an ultra expensive gaming PC, but also please don't buy an office PC or a laptop. You need a gaming PC, of course. And also,
yeah, with the
it's
Crystal Light,
pretty
you can get
huge,
away.
right? It's pretty big and bulky. When you compare it to Quest 3S here, or a Quest 3 is so much bigger, right? And you feel it on your head, definitely. And it also has a cable, as I said. This is a disadvantage. The room scan tool is really bad. I don't know why they just still have this bad room scan tool. So it looks very ugly, and you have to paint it on the floor, and sometimes it forgets the scanned room and so on. So this is not really good, and it also doesn't have mixed reality.
53.
So the price of the Pimax Crystal Light is $858 plus tax, or €825 plus tax. To be honest, this is a really good price, yeah, for a PCVR headset in the high-end entry. It's $858 plus tax, or
about $900,
Euro
right?
plus tax. To be honest, this is a really good price, yeah, for a PCVR.
Okay, so let's think about that price point. For that much headset, you get controllers, headset, higher quality view and FOV, density, pixels, everything, than the $1,000, never went below $1,000 index kit. That would also come with controllers and the LiDAR, because you need those and yada yada. So yeah, that's actually really, really good. $150 less.
Our headset in the
$100 with tax and yada yada yada.
high-end entry, it's really a good price. Yeah, we cannot complain. You will see later there are much more expensive headsets. So who should buy this headset? Definitely PCVR enthusiasts with focus
Price-conscious
on
PCVR.
simulations.
Yep.
Because I mean, you can play it standing because the
So
cable is low.
this is for someone who spent more on their wheel pedals or HOTAS and flight setup than they did on their computer, type of thing, right? Usually those go hand in hand, but you know,
Long enough you can.
this is like people who like put it all on their, you know, cockpit driving sim setup, have a triple monitor and whatnot, and they're like, you know what, I want to check out some VR but not break the bank.
Play
This is
Half-Life
that.
Alyx and all PCVR games standing and so on. But I mean, it's pretty heavy and pretty bulky. So
Well, here's the, if you're spending thousands, if you're like 5,000 plus on a new, if we're talking about a new PC, yeah. If you're spending like $2,000 5-6 years ago on PC, and you're never gonna upgrade again because it's way out of your price bracket now for your hobby, and you have this sim equipment laying around, yeah, Crystal Light. You're never gonna run a Crystal Super.
I would recommend.
You need a 5090 to run a Crystal Super. PC has gone up in value, dude. I know mine has gone up at least like $300 or $400 since I literally just bought it. Well, still have yet to pay for all of it, but
Recommended playing.
thank you for liking and subscribing.
And use it for simulations. And those people that want a cheap entry in the PCVR high-end market, yeah. People that want sim racing, flight simulations, and still have it has a very good and clear picture, a nice display, high resolution, and you don't have to pay ultra much. So this is the people that should buy the Crystal Light. And in the description you will find a coupon code where you can even save on the final price if you go via my link and the coupon in the description.
This also got sponsored by
And now
Pimax.
let's come to something that is even better, even higher. This is the Pimax Crystal Super. This is the really high.
Well, yeah, but that's your issue. You got a weird, funky IPD.
High-end PCVR. And it's even smaller. Look at this, is the Crystal Light and this Crystal Super. It's smaller. This is more compact. Yeah, so they build it in a smaller case, I would say. It has the same.
Back it up, Terry.
Strap. Yeah, lenses are also very clear and so on. We have self-tracked and also the controllers are included. So what's the advantage? The advantage is definitely the
ultra high
resolution. We have a very high resolution and really good
so the
lenses.
Pimax Crystal Light is not modular.
Much better than the Crystal Light.
And these have been collecting dust. You should have given them a little bit of air.
Design. That means here on the
what's the bottom use for? No clue. Something. Accessories. Yeah. Something.
Bottom we have two switches, and then we can pull off the.
And yeah, that's like there's so many things on the Index I never used. There's pass-through cameras, which exist, but you could never access until very recently in the menus. You could pull off that little faceplate, and there's like a USB port in there that you could put like fans or other accessories. There is a USB-C as well somewhere on there.
Optical module, and then we can switch it to another optical module. And I think we have 4 different modules. The 50 pixel per degree, this has a good field of view, and 57 pixel per degree, this has a lower field of view, but it's even more pixels per degree. Then, then we have an ultra wide module that has a big field of view, of course of the binocular overlap, and then we have an OLED module. So if you buy one, you get the headset, and then later, if you decide you want another one, you can just buy another optical unit. And that's really great. It's very optical.
I agree that, the modularity is amazing.
And all in all, it's the absolute high-end PC VR. Yeah, it's really high-end. And tracking, as I said, is included. Controllers are also included. But what's the disadvantage? Yeah, you can imagine, of course, the high price. We will talk about this. High price, and you even need a better gaming PC. Of course, higher resolution means it needs more performance and need even a better PC. So really buy a good high-end gaming PC. Other things doesn't make sense, right?
He says high-end, also, but like literally the top shelf parts are going to max the headset.
The Crystal Light, but it's not for beginners. There are a lot of settings. Yeah, so if you don't have the strongest PC, you have to lower some settings, and you really need to know what you're doing. I mean, there are some instructions and so on, but still, it's not for beginners. With the Quest, for example, you just switch it on and everything works. Here,
he is right about that.
You can do it, but better adjust a little bit. We also have integrated eye tracking and stuff that can scan our eyes, and then we have auto IPD, dynamic forwarded rendering, and all this stuff. It's really another category than the Crystal Light. So yeah,
that's true.
Have a cable, and also what I don't like is the microphone. The microphone of the Crystal Super is
nothing is going to be as good as no microphone is going to be as good as the Index. And honestly, the Quest 3 microphone is pretty shit comparatively, but he didn't list that as a disadvantage.
Why? But they decided to build a pretty bad microphone. I mean, it's not so bad that you cannot play multiplayer with it, but like creating videos for YouTube is just not so good with this mic.
The Index mic is better than some studios mics. Better than some studio quality mics. The Index mic is insane because it's 2 mics. There is a mic on either side of the headset on each corner, and it's picking up a stereo recording of how you talk.
Phone. And we also don't have mixed reality. So what's the price? Price is of course much higher than this. It's $1,735 plus tax, or €1,588 plus tax. So as you can see, this is pretty high, right? So who should buy it? Of course, this is meant for hardcore enthusiasts and professional users that really wants the best of the best, including really big field of view. At least with the ultrawide, it's a really good field of view for.
Even on the 50 ppd, the field of view is insane, man. It's so good.
Resolution, you don't find it somewhere else. And Also, the weight is okay, yeah, but I mean, people that don't care about.
Now that I have used the Pimax, minimum GPU will be 16 VRAM, so 48, 40, 50, recommended 40, 90, 50. Oh yeah, no. You want, yeah, 24, yeah. I now that I've used it myself as well, I was thinking 16 for, you know, if you want VR in the modern era, you are looking at 16 minimum gigabytes of VRAM. If you really want to play a Pimax, yeah, 24 plus at least. So, yeah.
The weight that want to play seated racing simulation and so on. You can.
Should professional be included? No. The difference between amateur and professional is getting paid. All right, I am a paid VR player. Okay, I can say I'm a professional.
Play all the other games as well, but it's meant for seated, so simulation fans. Yeah, hardcore enthusiast simulation fans, I would say.
Like this guy, he's also a professional VR player.
In the description, as always, you find a coupon and a link that you please use to save a little bit. That's for such a high price, it's definitely worth to use the coupon and the link in the description. And here is another example. This is the Pimax Dream Air, or the smaller version, the Dream Air SE. And the advantage is that you can see it, it's very tiny, it's small, it's light. Yeah, but it has still a very high resolution and for the size pretty.
So I actually haven't seen the Dream Air before.
Version, the Dream Air SE.
This is interesting. The little back flap.
And the advantage is that
it's literally just. All right, so we got the shell that can fit the optical engine. Now, how small can we make the optical engine? They literally just shaped the optical engine and slapped the fucking back frame around it. Fascinating. 24 gigabytes on your 4090 saved me so many times, especially when playing a fully modded RimWorld, which was maxing my VRAM. Now that NVIDIA announced that they won't be making any new GPUs for the time being. Dude, yeah. So 5090, 4090, those are going to go up in price. Nobody's going to sell them. So yeah, need to get an RTX Pro 6096 gigabyte VRAM. Yeah, $8,000? Yeah, no. I need to be asking you the same thing.
You can see it, it's very tiny, it's small, it's light, yeah, but it has still a very high resolution and for the size, pretty big field of view. And the disadvantage is...
He says disadvantage is small field of view though.
Yeah, it has a pretty big field of view, but not as big as, for example...
Oh, yeah, no, and that's the thing. If you go from like the 50 PPD to the OLED, you notice the difference. It's 9 degrees of field of view, but 9 degrees is huge. Huge in VR. Who mod their 49s to get more VRAM. Yeah, I was about to say, because the die itself, the platter, or the die it came on has more junk in the trunk.
Super or so. And you have to keep in mind that this is not a standalone headset. It has a cable. This goes here. And it's a PCVR headset. So no standalone like Quest or so. We have a price for the Dream Air SE, €802 or $899 without controllers. This is the Lighthouse version. And then we have the Slam version. This is the inside-out tracking. They come with controllers and the price is €1,070 or $1,199. And then this what I have here, this is the Pimax Dream Air. The full version, I would call it. This is, by the way, only a prototype. It will look different in the final version. And the price is €1,783 and $1,999 without controllers. The Lighthouse version and the Slam version with controllers is at €2,050 or $2,299. And who should buy it? Of course, I would say PCVR players, of course, that want more comfort. They just don't want to have a bulkier headset, just a smaller one that looks more, I would say futuristic or so, without a heavy, bulky thing on your head. And people that want to play longer sessions because, yeah, of course, it's much lighter and so on. But it's still a high-end headset. So it's very high-end for people that want to play PCVR, comfortable and high-end. Okay, let's go to the next one. Look at this. What is that? This is so cute and tiny, right?
Big Screen Beyond, of course.
Beyond 2. The smallest.
All right, hang on real quickly. What I was saying earlier.
I'm pasting it from the I made money playing Satisfactory, so that means by definition I am a professional Satisfactory player. Does that mean I'm good at the game? Who knows?
There you go. So yeah, that's the line I need to memorize. That's a good line right there. I made money playing VR, so by definition I'm a professional VR player.
VR headset on this planet right now, and it's so tiny.
Big fan of the clear see-through faceplate. I love that you could see through and look at it. That's one of my favorite things about it. I like to see all the gadgets and the bits and bobs. Some designer in some office somewhere who's paid a bunch of money to not know any better would probably say, no, that's ugly, that's not good for consumers, but nah, I love that. I like to see how high-tech my high-tech is.
Put it on my head. See it?
And yeah, they weigh nothing, man. It's just like putting on a set of goggles. They're so light, they don't fall off of you because there's not much front weight.
Look at this. It's really, really tiny, right? Oh my God. It looks so futuristic, right? But still, yeah, as you just saw, it has a cable. It's a PC VR headset. And, but what's the advantage and disadvantage? The advantage, of course, it's ultra, ultra small and light.
You have to get your face scanned by the app with your phone, I think. And then they build this gasket perfectly for you that like blocks all light, which I probably wouldn't like. I like to have breathe. I like it to breathe. I like to have moving air going in and out and around. I sweat a lot.
You don't even really feel it. And still, the resolution, the resolution is not a blast. For these days, it
is OLED though.
Special, but it's still okay, I would say. The field of view for this tiny form factor is also okay. And it's individually produced. So look at this here. This thing here is 3D. Oh, don't let. Is 3D printed, and it fits absolutely perfectly on my face. So when you order the headset, you have to do a 3D scan, and then you will get this one. That's absolutely amazing. It fits perfectly on your head. It's absolutely...
Nobody else is going to be able to use your Big Screen Beyond. I don't think I could recommend this except the most hardcore of enthusiasts, right? Like even more so than a Pimax, because at least I can have my buddy come over and play my Star Citizen and racing and, Cockpit games with my Pimax, and it will actually fit him, 3D print. Well, yeah, but you still got to face. I'm not going to face scan every single person that comes over. A headset just be able to work. I get that the deal with this is to have zero light bleed and all this extra stuff because of the custom face gasket, but like, if you want a good headset, in my opinion, a good headset is one that could just pop onto anybody's face, not just the person who 3D printed a custom gasket for their face, Would be normal, yeah.
Design. And there's also, this one here is even the better version. It's the eye tracking version. It has integrated eye tracking.
And that's crazy they put that much tech into that small of a frame.
Right? And perfect design.
Glasses wearers. Yeah. I have prescription lenses that I got for 3D printed prescription lenses that I got for my Index. The Pimax is so big on the inside, I can wear my glasses, and I have thin glasses that I bought for VR use. But yeah. That thing is not going to do it.
The first version of the Big Screen Beyond didn't have IPD adjustment, so it was really hard to sell.
Oh, you got a universal. I didn't know they have a universal one then. That's not bad. And they got a halo mount. Nice.
This one here, you can use a screwdriver to adjust the IPD. So if somebody buys this headset, he just has to buy this one new, not the whole headset, right? And the cool thing is we have OLED display. Wow, inside this tiny headset. That means we have nice black levels, nice colors and so on. Really amazing. And what I also love, the microphone that's included is...
Spent $3K to get LASIK surgery, best money ever spent. My eyes haven't changed in decades, and I'm at the age where they should be getting worse, but they aren't. So I think I'm fine. Been used to... And it's things like everybody gets like ultra, they get nearsighted or something as they get like older, past into their late 30s or 40s. I have never been able to see. Okay, so this big gigantic fucking screen. Right? Okay, see how big this screen is? The text on the screen right now, that text, okay? That's fuzzy. I literally can't read it. That's how bad and how nearsighted I am. Okay, now 1, 2, 3, 6 inches from this giant 30+ inch monitor, the big fat bold inch tall text font is readable. 6 inches. That's how much room I got. I am incredibly nearsighted, always have been. Like super nearsighted. Kind of crazy. So yeah, the reading glasses to see in my book. And I've never been able to see my book.
Really good, one of the best in VR headsets. They did a great work. But also we have some disadvantages. I told you the field of view is for the form factor is good, but compared to, for example,
had that Spider-Man movie scene, went to bed after having surgery with very workup, one with perfect 20/20. I mean, that would be nice, but you know, I'm so used to glasses, and it's like I feel like that's a good option for people who have like shit vision and get shittier vision because of old age. You know, they have that nearsighted problem, but because I'm super nearsighted, I'm kind of skipping that problem. And yeah. Well, wait, won't you get LASIK? Don't you need eyeglasses to read like books and stuff? Don't you actually need like reading glasses after you get LASIK?
Timex Crystal Super or Lite, it's smaller, of course, because in this form factor it's not possible right now. And of course, it's a pure PCVR headset. That means we have, I can show it to you, this box here, and then here we have 2 USB and 1 display port that you have to connect to your PC. And you need a strong gaming PC, of course. We have
2 USB 3.0s. Why? One for the trackers?
Cable. And the thing also is when you buy it, you only get the headset. And it has not self-tracking. You need additional accessories like the lighthouse stations and controllers. They are not included in the price.
Do they
also,
work?
For people wearing glasses, it's nearly impossible because the
reading glasses, yes, that comes with the old age. Yeah, because you can't see up close. But I've never been able to see up close, so not going to hit me. Not a problem.
Glasses don't fit under the headset. It doesn't work. You need contact lenses or prescription lenses for the headset, something like that. And also it has no integrated audio. No integrated audio, that means you need your own Bluetooth headsets, or you
I
need
didn't
to
think
buy
about the
a
no
separate
audio
strap from
yeah.
Big Screen.
I mean,
But
I
to
always
be
use my
honest, I don't
earbuds
like
because
it
it's
so much.
streaming and the
It's
Go
comfortable,
XLR,
the
but
sound feels really cheap, to be honest, so I don't really recommend it. So what's the price? So there is the base version that costs you $1,019, or 1,369 euro.
$1,200
but there's
headset.
No eye tracking included and nothing else. In this
Just
version
a
that I have
headset.
here, this is the eye tracking version. This costs you $1,219 or 1,549 euro. This is really great. But guys, as I told you before, you only get the headset for these prices. You need the base stations and controllers. I recommend the Valve Index controllers, and this set of 2 base stations and 2 controllers is around $500 to $600 additional. So this is really expensive, right? So who should buy it? Of course, PC VR enthusiasts, where
Ergonomic
they
freaks.
really need the best comfort.
Big
It's
ergo
so
freaks.
much more comfortable than a Crystal Light or any other headset that you see here, and you can play ultra long PC VR sessions with it. Hours and hours and hours. Because
Just
you
be a
don't
big
even
giant
feel
like
it.
me, have a thick
And
neck,
that's really
and
great.
not even
So
feel the
people that
Pimax.
want to play long simulation sessions or even long VR chat sessions or so, because as I said, it's Lighthouse compatible. You can even connect all Lighthouse like full body tracking and so on. So it's great for VR chat users. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and if you want to buy it, in the link you will find. In the description you will find the link. You can support me a little bit by buying these. It's really great, and I definitely
He's
recommend
sponsored
it.
by everyone.
Yeah,
Damn.
and the next headset. Wow, this is also very tiny, right? What the heck is that? So this is the Shiftall Megan X Super Light 8K. And yeah, Super Light, this is...
Rez, do we have any of these? I've never heard of this. This is the first time I've ever seen this. There's not a single person on the Discord asking to have this roll, yeah?
This is the name. It's really light. It's really tiny and light as the big screen beyond. I mean, it doesn't look as cool as the big
The
screen
night
beyond
vision
Pro, to be
flap
honest.
style
But,
is interesting.
Here the weight loss on your forehead, so it makes it pretty comfortable. Look at this. So we have it like here, yeah, and then we can even adjust it when we push that.
Yeah, for the Mark II, for the Megan X.
We can also adjust it like the ankle of the headset to your face, and that's also very nice, right? Absolutely amazing.
I like the way
so
it
we have
fits.
a lot of controls here. You have,
That
you
night
even
vision
have a
style flap is cool.
flip-up design. See
Yeah.
that? You push the button and then
Can't use
it goes like
AMD
this. Really
graphics with it?
Um,
Of course.
What's the advantage? So of course it's very light and small. That's definitely the biggest advantage, and it also has
Flip up
pretty
design.
good resolution and a very good display as
Ultra
well.
small
right?
field of view.
That's also
Ooh.
nice. And here we can also set
Ugh, hang on, I'm
prescription.
scratching my
We
foot.
have 2 wheels here, and we can adjust it per lens, and that's absolutely amazing. This is a huge advantage over the big screen Beyond 2 for people wearing glasses. And the flip-up design is also really nice. But to be honest, we also have disadvantage, and for me personally, it's very individual because of the head shape, eye shape, and so on. But for me, it has a ultra low field of view. I must even say it's the lowest field of view I ever had with any of the headsets that you can see in this room. Unfortunately, it's so tiny that it kills the immersion for me. Unfortunately. Also, it also doesn't have sound, so you need your own headphones, which I don't really like. I want integrated sound. But yeah, you can also not buy a module at Shiftall, as far as I know. And also what I don't like is the edge-to-edge clarity of the lenses. So it was pretty blurry at the outside of the view.
I like the design idea of it,
but
though.
It's also very individual. It depends on the head shape. So for me, it would be better if they did something like big screen, that you have an individual facial interface. Then perhaps I could have a bigger field of view. I don't know. Also, it is a pure PC VR headset. That means it also has a cable. And now it's not connected right now, but it has a cable, of course. And what's the price now? So the price of the Shiftall Megan X Superlight 8K is $1,899.
Yeah, if you just get a Pimax at that price, man.
Including tax and including shipping. But as well as the big screen Beyond 2, you only get the headset. It has lighthouse tracking.
You get slam tracking controllers for the same price ish on the Pimax Super.
$500 to $600. Yeah, so this comes additional to that price. So it's really expensive. So who should buy it? I mean, it's the same people that should buy the big screen Beyond 2. PC VR players that want good comfort and very light and small headset and play long VR sessions. But to be honest, I never used the Megan X Superlight 8K because of the very small field of view. It kills the immersion for me completely, so it just doesn't make sense for me to use it, unfortunately. Yeah, so unfortunately I cannot recommend this because of the small field of view. I mean, it's great for people that wear glasses because you can adjust the diopter and you can also flip it up. So it's pretty good for developers that just want to have a glimpse on the monitor, right? For these people, it's really great. And
yeah,
you can find the link to the headset in the description as well if you want to buy it. Look at this. This is the Play for Dream. The Play for Dream is an Apple Vision Pro clone, but cheaper. It looks pretty similar. It has the crown as well and so on. It has this adjustable head strap, integrated sound, and it has controllers. Not with the Apple Vision Pro, you don't have controls, but with this one, you have controllers.
Interesting shape.
You can do the same as with the Apple Vision Pro plus gaming. Oh, yes. So what's the advantage? Definitely the ultra high resolution. The display is insane. It has Sony micro OLEDs, the best what you can have right now. OLED, right? You can have great colors, great black levels and so on. And it's
Play
really
for Dream. How many have
and
that?
Also, the pass-through quality. We have mixed reality. You can see the cameras. We have really good mixed reality. It's not as good as the Apple Vision Pro, but still really insane. Really good pass-through quality. We have eye tracking.
Play for Dream
included,
MR number
and that's
43.
also really interesting for
Six people.
avatar tracking and potential dynamic foveated rendering. So it's perfect for watching movies. Indeed, you can watch movies really, really good. And this is new. We have a Steam Link beta. I already made a separate video about this, and this is insane. So with this Steam Link beta, you can play PC VR games wireless in a quality that you cannot really, you cannot see the difference to DisplayPort nearly. That's insane. And then with this display and with OLED, this is brutal. This is brutal. The PC VR is so much better than just streaming with a Quest 3 or so. Really brutal. So very great. But we also have some disadvantages with this headset, and that means we have a facial interface that is meant for, I would say, Asian faces or so. It's not so, it's magnetic and so on, but it's more for the Asian head shape, not for the Western, and that's a problem. But finally, we have facial interface for the Western world now. That's is available, and that's really good. Also, the next thing is
can't really comment on that.
I mean, the standalone store where you can play it without PC is not good. It's very small.
But I guess that there would be a shape difference between regions in head. And if you're hugging your face tightly,
the Horizon store is much
I like stuff that just has a bit of room, you know? I don't care about light bleed so much. I need air to flow.
Standalone games, it doesn't make sense. You can work, you can watch movies, that's okay, but playing standalone games doesn't make sense. Also, the battery life is not so good, like 2 to 2.5 hours, or even lower. Depends on what you're doing, it's not so good, but at least you can charge it at the same time you're using that with a power bank.
There you go.
Like with the Apple Vision Pro, you can have a power bank. So yeah, that's the disadvantage. we have a price of $1,999 or 1,776 euro, which is pretty expensive, but when you compare it to the price of the Apple Vision Pro, $3,500 or 4,000 euro, this is really cheap, right? We have a same display, or I think even better or so. It's just absolutely amazing. Yeah, the PC VR is great, so who should buy?
I want the pillow. I want the Pimax pillow.
It, of course, people that want PC VR in the very high, ultra high quality wireless. Because with many of the headsets, Crystal Super, Crystal, whatever, you have a cable. Or with the Quest 3, you have wireless, but the quality is not so good, at least the display. So people that want PC VR in a high quality wireless, people that want to watch movies with a really good display, and people that don't have to check out their wallet. Yeah, because I think it's still a high price, yeah, but it's really great, at least with
how much is the Apple headset?
So
like $6,000 or some bullshit?
A little bit by going via my coupon code in the description. Make sure to use that, and then you can have a really great headset. That's the Play for Dream. And of course, what doesn't have to miss in this list, the Apple Vision Pro. Yeah, everybody knows it. Nobody has it because it's much too expensive. But I really, it needs to be in the buying guide. Yeah.
Insert my key. You didn't have one for Pico or for the Mega Nex.
So yeah, as you can see, it has a cable here. It has battery, and it's pretty heavy. It's ultra high quality. So what is the advantage?
It looks like the ski goggles from
the absolute
Star Wars Empire Strikes Back from Hoth.
So all the materials,
and just like it looks like something that like a Rebel pilot would have material wise.
The battery here, oh my god, when you touch the front, this is pure glass, this is aluminium, and this is so nice fabric. Wow. So everything is ultra high quality. Even the bag that comes with it is brutal high quality.
Don't care about the bag.
In the best material.
Elegant design, yeah.
Great.
The thing is, that's probably like an extra $100 to maybe $500 of cost, and this thing is multiple thousands of dollars, over 2,000.
The display is revolutionary. It's so high resolution. It's ultra sharp. It's very high detailed. Absolutely amazing. OLED, of course.
Hello there.
And
what's the resolution on this bitch?
User interface. So it's controlled via hand and eye tracking. So for example, if you want to close a window, you just have to look at the X and then do a pinch movement. It works so good. Really.
It's only 23 million ppd.
I've ever seen on any VR headset.
Why is it an advantage? It takes. Yeah, I was about to say it depends on if you want it to constantly lean forward off your face. I would have like a little pouch that fucker can slip into on the back. I don't see why they didn't. Now you just have it in your pocket? Like, that's even stupider. What a dumb Apple solution. It's a counterweight. Use it. But yeah, it's the freaking 23 ppd. That's nowhere near the freaking
Also, the pass-through quality, the mixed reality is the best you can have right now. It looks so good to see a real environment and then put some virtual things into it. Wow, very great. Best on the market. And also
yeah, it's only 3600 by 3200 pixels per eye, 23 million ppd. For both panels combined. Yeah, this is kind of crap. As far as like if we're comparing it to a Pimax.
Integration into the Apple ecosystem is of course very good. So if you have a MacBook or an iPhone or so,
integration into the Apple ecosystem is very good. Is it though?
And so on. It works just absolutely amazing. But we have definitely disadvantages. So the first one, of course, is the extreme price. It's so high that I just can't recommend it to anyone. I mean, it's very high quality, but not the price is still too high. And also, there is no gaming focus at all. We have some small casual games that you can control via hand tracking or so that works.
Like juggling or, you know, jerking off if you watch
this
porn.
This is not a gaming headset. I mean, you can, right now, you can connect the controllers of the PlayStation VR 2, but still it's not like you can play shooters or Half-Life Alyx with it. It doesn't really work so good. There are some hacks where you can connect it to PC.
Pretty small FOV. That's crazy for that
official.
price.
Yeah, and also we have the battery is on at the cable. It's wireless, but still it has the battery. You put it in your pocket, and then you still have the cable. Sometimes when you sit on the couch and you want to stand up, you forget that there is a cable and so on. Really annoying a little bit. And we also have a pretty small field of view when you...
It's so dumb. Well, clearly this fucking should be able to slip into a pouch on the backside of this little thing, but somewhere someone at the top is like, no, it has to be like ski goggles and it has to be comfortable. Like, this would not have flown in the PC VR gaming market. Immediately there's like, yeah, of course, put it on the back. It's a counterweight. Like, God.
To other headsets, it's pretty small.
Yeah, it's AR.
And what I also don't like is that, I mean, the material is very good. We have glass, we have aluminum and so on, but
you got glass and aluminum and metals and shit.
Very,
like, it's
very
heavy.
Front heavy. It's so front heavy that I got headaches after 15 minutes, unfortunately. So this is really, you have another strap you can try, but still it's very...
it's exotic materials. It's not light plastic.
What's the price? $3,500 or even 4,000 euro. Oh my godness. Oh my godness.
Nah.
So who should buy it? Nobody.
Yeah, no.
Nobody.
Just Apple assholes.
It's just too expensive. It's just a demonstration by Apple what the future brings. I mean, if you are really a hardcore Apple enthusiast that want to have
but they did add a battery on it. The total weight is combined with the battery. You're not going to use that without a battery.
And you absolutely don't care about money, you can buy it because, I mean, it's a perfect headset. It's really great to work with it. And
it doesn't matter. That's part of the. It doesn't work without the battery. You turn that thing on, attached to the battery. If the battery isn't there, the whole thing doesn't work. That's part of the weight. It doesn't matter if it's in your pocket or not. Just because they're cheating for total headset weight doesn't mean it's not actually part of the device.
But if you have the money, if you don't care about money, get it. You will be happy with it. I'm pretty sure. If you decide to buy it, check out the link in the description. And this here is the Samsung Galaxy XR headset. This is the first XR or VR headset that has Android XR as operating system. Really interesting.
Do you have Android XR?
Several advantages. For example, this is the best display that you can have right now. It's even a tick better than the Apple Vision Pro. It's crystal clear, it's ultra sharp, and we have the very good Android XR user interface. If you are a Google fan, if you use Android, you will definitely instantly know what you are doing.
I think we're going to need a Galaxy XR
amazing.
roll.
We have the best.
I don't think we have them. We have Samsung.
Quality on the market. It's even better than the one in the Apple Vision Pro. Absolutely amazing. It looks stunning. And we also have a very good integration into the Google ecosystem. So all the apps like Mail, Calendar, Google Photos, Google Maps, everything is inside here, and that's really amazing. And we also have a top quality with the material. This is a really nice quality. And we have optional PC VR support. Like with these controllers, you can buy them separately and you can do PC VR then. That's also amazing. The comfort is great of this headset, much better than the Apple Vision Pro, in my opinion at least. But we also have some disadvantages. For example, the price of $1,800 is, I mean, it's much cheaper than the Apple Vision Pro, but still a high price, right? So this is not for beginners. We also have not so much games right now because it's still at the beginning of Android XR. There are coming more and more.
Some of the roles could be
games
merged.
every day, but
I
still,
like the idea of
the
separated
Google and
ones.
the
Communities
Meta
could be
Horizon
merged
was
though
much
for
bigger,
chats.
And we have a cabled battery, so we have to put
Like,
it
you know,
in your
not for
pocket, and then
me
you
or
can-
you,
For
but,
me,
you
it's
know,
not-
for CIG or for Pimax people to come in and look at exact numbers, you know, that is kind of nice at a micro level like that. But yeah, for general, you know, separating all these different types between like the 3 Pimaxes that are modular, maybe not needed, but I still like it.
Not disturbing, but perhaps some people don't like it. So the price, as I said, is $1,800 US. You can buy it in South Korea and United States at the moment. If you want to forward it to Europe, then I will
These look like
link
child's
some,
toys,
forward
these
services in the
controllers.
description.
They're too rounded.
So who should buy
The
it?
Quest 3 really nailed the
not beginners. I would
ergonomics
say Google
on how a
enthusiasts
wireless VR controller should look.
Developer and professional
It's
users,
got, it's
early
not
adopters
too
that want to have
rounded,
the
but
news
not
things
too
here,
flat and sharp.
People that perhaps want to use PC VR wireless.
Like this just
because
looks
they
like it's
don't
from
only
like, you know, Nintendo plastic from the 90s type of, you know.
to play seated games like simulations and so on. If you want to play Half-Life Alyx wireless with an ultra good display, then you should go for it if you are into Google. So this is a really great headset. Okay, and now you've seen a lot of headsets, right? And perhaps you wonder, why on earth did he not show a HTC, a Vive headset? Like I have them here, right? The reason is easy, because I don't recommend them. HTC was good with the first Vive, the HTC Vive 1. That was a blast. It was the best headset at this time. But after that, it went straight down the hill. Yeah. So everything they made was much too expensive and also not good. Yeah. So Vive Focus Vision and XR Elite and all that stuff, they are headsets you can use. They are not so bad, but they are just too expensive and still not so good. So I mean, I showed the Apple Vision Pro in this review because it's also much too expensive, but it's at least very good. Yeah. But the HTC headsets, they are expensive and not even very good. So I don't recommend to buy any headset of HTC right now.
Oof,
I'm
no
sorry
sponsor
for that.
from them.
I mean, they are lovely guys. They always send me headsets to review and so on, but still, they are not good. How can I recommend it if they are not good and still ultra expensive? If you have a VR arcade, then you could go for the HTC headsets, because the licensing system is pretty good and also the support.
Every arcade that I've been to that had VR was using HTCs.
At least I heard that from many VR arcades. This is something where you can go for a HTC headset, but otherwise I wouldn't recommend it. Or you get one very cheap. Perhaps then you can buy the HTC Vive Pro 2 or so. But yeah. So what are my favorite headsets from the list? So I showed you a lot of them, but my favorites, I always recommend the same headset. So of course, first one is Meta Quest 3. This is the ultimate beginner headset everybody should go for at the beginning. It can do everything. It can do virtual reality, mixed reality, PC VR.
Meta 3 for beginners, big screen beyond for ergonomic freaks, but you gotta have all the other extra stuff that doesn't come with it. And Pimax headsets if you got the money.
I mean, if you really don't have money, go for it, but I would for
XR if you want an Apple type experience, I guess.
Then the next thing, if you have a console, if you have a PlayStation 5 or 5 Pro, I recommend the PlayStation VR 2. It is a nice headset, has nice controllers, also cool exclusive games and so on. Go for it. I can recommend it. The next thing, if you are a PC VR fan and you want long sessions and ultra light headset and tiny futuristic headset, go for the Big Screen Beyond 2. It's a nice headset. You can play hours. I love it. And of course, Since the beginning, I love the Pimax headsets. Pimax was the pioneer of high-end PC VR. They have a lot of experience. They made a lot of bullshit as well. I'm honest, yeah. I know them from the beginning, so wow, there was a lot of chaos. But they can also do great headsets. And I love the Pimax headsets. I love the Crystal Light, I love the Crystal Super and the upcoming Dream Air. They are really good PC VR headsets that I absolutely recommend. And the price is also pretty good for this, what you can get. It's very high end. Yeah, guys, so if you want to buy any of those headsets, make sure to go in the description. You will find links and also sometimes coupons so you can save a little bit. You can support me and support yourself. That's great, right? So, guys, I'm pretty sure that you've never seen such a great collection of VR headsets. This is not even everything I have. I can see some headsets here in the other room and in the basement. I have even more headsets. And I'm so experienced in VR, I started even in 1995 with the VFX1 headgear. There I played Duke Nukem 3D, Descent and Magic Carpet and all this stuff. 1995, guys. So you can trust me, I'm really experienced in VR and this is still my hobby. Yeah, so I don't profit, don't need to profit from that. I have my full-time job and so you can definitely trust me. So make sure.
Yeah, see, I don't have a full-time job, so professional VR player. So thank you guys for doing the Voodoo that you do.
After that, you will
liking, subscribing, and all that jazz.
Play, what accessories should I buy? Everything you can find in the description. Also, if you want to get channel member, to get some perks, also link in the description. Thank you for watching. Don't forget thumbs up and see you next time in virtual reality. See ya.
All right, cool. All right, not bad. Not bad at all. So, notes. So just general notes and things that I wanted to add beyond that, yeah? Let's see. Okay, there were some things that I wanted to say about VR. But now my brain is just kind of drained. I think we'll save this. And then we'll probably go over more of this crap tomorrow, next stream. Oh, because that was a lot. We did a lot today, man. I'm tired. So yeah, okay, so VR, I gotta recommend my VR games. This is a solid list, obviously. But I got my own. Alright, so I need to basically make my own list of here and do my own notes on each of these points and stuff. Version fidelity, new experience, feature advances, cost, sickness. So yeah, I got a whole bunch of stuff that I can write anecdotes for all of these. So yeah, all right, we'll just make notes. This is part one. Part one is done. Part two, we're gonna podcast prep tomorrow and just add to the notepad here of important bits, anecdotes, stories, information, and just stuff that will help me sound like I'm not a complete, idiot whenever we're doing the podcast. So yeah, this will be good. All right, I think that is it for VR Citizen. We've been only streaming for 5.5 hours, but man, I'm tired. I didn't take a nap before the stream. Oh wait, I think I did, but it was only like a really short nap kind of thing. Let me look at the stream here. I mean, if I played something, okay, hang on, we'll see. If If the randomizer lobby is about to swap over, we'll check that out. Play a little bit of bar. Thank you guys for coming by, hanging out, and watching. We'll be prepping more tomorrow. We'll be going over all the little bits and bobs and making notes about my journey as a VR citizen and all the information that I have. And this will be really good because I needed like a thing, like a notes that I could reference myself. Because I want to make like a couple of videos, history of VR citizen and yada yada yada. Hang on, this is... So yeah, I have some other stuff that I need to write down and put in all of this. There's some other things that I also want to do because they have that list here. He's got a list of recommended VR games. I don't even think he has what do you call it? Thingy. Yeah, okay, so he doesn't have Super Hot, which is like greatest VR game of all time, classic.
Hello there.
And he doesn't even have VR chat on there. And I also need to go check out VR chat. So yeah. It's been a while since I played it. There's been probably some advances. But yeah. Let's see how all that goes. Alright, let me see if the randomizer lobby is up. I'll play like maybe one game and then I'm out of here. Randomizer versus Barbs, extended eco. 0. Okay, right, nobody. Alright, I think we're gonna get up out of here. We'll go over more stuff. As much as I really want to like go for another hour or two and fill out my notes here, but my brain is kind of fried and I need to kind of collect my thoughts, and that won't be cool for you guys. But next time we come online and stream, we'll do a bit more prepping. I'll have some my thoughts kind of in order. And yeah, I want to be prepared for this podcast. I want to sound like I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So it's been a long night for me. Why do people? It's 40 people viewing in here. We're doing prep. Reactions and prep. We got so many people watching. Thank you all. I love you. You're incredible. More soon. We'll try to keep that energy up through till April. When it gets to my birthday, maybe we'll be partnered on Twitch by then. Anyways, I'm gonna get up out of here. You guys take care. Later. Till next time. Stay safe. Fly right. Y'all are incredible. I'm Chachi Sanchez. Y'all have a good night. Oh, yeah.
Hello there.
Stop recording. I forgot to do that. And we'll just go to the outro. Later. Later, Fancy Ant Conquer. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Ugh. Long night. Didn't feel like a long night. Oh, well, no. Only 5.5 hours, but it felt like a 10-hour stream. There's a lot of watching and reacting. We watched like a Lord of the Rings movie and a half worth of content tonight. Of VR stuff, of Star Citizen stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna get to bed, chill and pass out. Y'all have fun. Tomorrow, more prep, and then we'll probably do some actual VR Citizen stuff in the verse, doing alliance aid with fleets. So that'll be fun. Oh, all right, cool. Anyways, we're out of here. Y'all have fun. Let me see if there's somebody to raid. We're gonna run the ads here. Tomo. Oh, Jane VR has been playing.
So right now it's just counting down to let you know how many are left until the mercy.
I think we'll raid Tomo.
So disorientated because of that light. Is he gonna start shooting at me or not?
Alright, once the ads are finished, we'll head out.
That's like the weirdest. What is he doing? What is he doing? Yo, Fuji, what's happening, dude? Like, I don't understand what he's doing. Oh, 38 grandmas away. I'm in a fucking... That's quite a far distance, isn't it? That's quite a far distance to fly in a Guardian. I should have went and probably refueled before when I had the opportunity. I may have to refuel before I get towards there because I might not be able to reach that. Oh, just about. I can actually just about. When we get there, we'll have to fuel up because that could cause 6, 13, 17. We're good. Everything's good. We're fine. Everything's fine. Not a problem. I didn't drop it. It's in my backpack, sir. It's in my backpack.
Another 30 seconds and then we'll raid them. Y'all have fun.
You know what I mean? I haven't dropped nothing, sir. I put it in me. No, grandma's. It's grandma's, bro. George. It's grandma's, bro. George. It's grandma's, bro. Okay. You know what I mean? It's grandma's. 38 grandma's away.
All right, y'all have fun over with Tomo.
It's grandma's. All right, that's what it is. It's grandma's. I like Giga Mummies. I mean, I suppose.
Tell him I said hello there.
Hello there.
Goth Mummies.
I mean, that as well. That is completely fine. Do you know what I mean? Completely fine. Grandma's Miles. No, it's not. No. Listen, lad. It's not Grandma's Miles. It's just Grandma's. All right.